Hello and welcome to Doomsday 2026. I'm Neil Smith from Poetic Justice Productions based in Ayrshire, Scotland, and for the next 24 hours, my colleagues and I, and some special guests, will be reading pretty much the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. Doomsday is an international event taking place in the USA, England, Brazil, and Italy, amongst other places. And it's to honour the father of Gothic horror, detective fiction, and so much more. We're streaming the entire event on our YouTube channel, and there will be links to our social media channels throughout the 24 hours. You can also donate to our community interest company if you'd like to help us with further events. You can scan the QR code next to me for links and a lot more. Today we're broadcasting from the offices of the Ardossan Saltcoats Herald, part of News Quest in the very heart of Ardossan on the west coast of Scotland. So why 24 hours of Poe? Well, as a young 5-year-old, little Edgar came to Ayrshire with his foster father John Allan and his wife Frances. John Allan left Irvine, which is just a few miles down the coast from where we are just now, to seek his fortune in the USA. He and Frances fostered Edgar after the death of the boy's mother and the disappearance of his father. They later returned to Irvine to make some trade deals in 1815, and Edgar attended the Irvine Grammar School. Part of his lessons there included copying the morbid epitaphs of drowned sailors, murder victims, and martyrs in Irvine's old parish church, which was right next to the school. He stayed with John Allan's sister in the town centre, but they moved on to London by 1816. They returned to the US just a few years later, and John Allan would inherit a vast estate in Virginia. But relationships between Edgar and his foster father deteriorated, with arguments, mostly about money. Following the death of Frances Allan, the relationship between John and Edgar deteriorated completely, and he was finally cut out of his foster father's will. Nevertheless, Poe became the first author to make his living from writing alone, a rarity in those days, definitely, and even these days. His great success was the publication of The Raven in 1845, which brought him worldwide fame. However, Poe died in very mysterious circumstances in 1849, aged just 40. His work, however, has lived on to the present day. You just need to look at recent TV series such as The Fall of the House of Usher and Wednesday, which draw on his tales of mystery and imagination. So with that intro over, we'll start this marathon reading with one of Edgar's finest works, The Masque of the Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding of the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest and which shut him from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of his one of castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. The wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. The resolve to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it's fallen to leave. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were magicians, there was beauty, there was wine, All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged more furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long, straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls at either end, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced just little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose colour varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the easterly extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was properly in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds to a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the colours of the window failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep, bright colour. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro, depending from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle in the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays up through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenance of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a heavy, dull, monotonous clang. And when the minute hand made the circuit of the face and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at the lapse of each hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in the performance to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert in the whole gay company, and while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the Guinness grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows in a confused reverie of meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled, as if at their own nervousness and folly, and they whispered in vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chime of the clock, and there was the same disconcerting tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decor of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon the occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There was much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what had been seen in Hound Nanai. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as a madman fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have incited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers are stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhe in and about, taking cue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of velvet, and then for a moment all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but in the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams loud, and ride to and fro, more merrily than ever, taking cue from the many tinted windows through which the streams are raised of the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westerly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is wearing away, and the floors are ruddier light through the blood-coloured paints, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and those whose foot fall upon the sable carpet that comes from the near clock of ebony, a muffled peal, more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears, who indulge in the more remote gaieties in the apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life. And the revel went whirlingly on until at length there commenced the sound of midnight upon the clock, and then the music ceased, as I have told you, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted. And there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before, but now there were 12 strokes sounded by the bell of the clock. And thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept with more of time into the meditations of those thoughtful amongst those who reveled. And thus too it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure, which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumour of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly and loud, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur, expressive of disproportion and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade licence of the night was nearly unlimited. The bounds of even the prince's indefinite heraldry had gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the heart of the most reckless, which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jest, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company indeed seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger, neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vestment was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with a scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon the spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its bile, stalked to and fro amongst the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder of either terror or distaste. But in the next, his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely, the courtiers were still bleeding. "Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which Prince Prospero stood as he uttered those words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first he spoke. There was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand. And now, with a deliberate and stately step, he closer approached to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that unimpeded he passed within a yard of the prince's person. And while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the room to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first. Through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft the drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mass which they handled with so violently a rudeness untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the day, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held a relatively dominion over all. Thank you. Right, for our next one, I'm going to turn to a poem. It's not going to be the reading just yet. I'm going to do The Conqueror Worm. Amusement and entertainment. Oh, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng, bewind, bedight, in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes free the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly mere puppets they, who come and go as bidding of vast formless things that shift the story to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings in visible woe. That mortal drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chase forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, to a circle that ever returns to the self-same spot, and much of madness and more of sin and horror, the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that rises from out the scenic solitude, It rides with mortal pangs. The minds become its food, and seraph soar, but then burning fangs, and human gore imbued. Out, out of the lights, out all, and over each quivering form the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm, while the angels all pallid and wan, uprising and veiling a film, that the play is the tragedy man, and its hero, the conqueror worm. Thanks. Right, I shall continue with another poem, a brief one, this one, To the River, from 1829. Fair river, in thy bright clear flow of crystal wandering water, thou art an emblem of the glow of beauty, the unbidden heart, the playful maziness of art, and an old Alberto's daughter. But when within thy she looks, which glistens then trembles, why then the prettiest of brutes a worshipper resembles. For in his heart as in thy stream her image did rise, his heart which trembles at the beam of her soul-searching eyes. I'm just going to find another short story to read before we move on to the next reader. And that will be The Imp of the Perverse. That's appropriate. In the consideration of the faculties and impulses of the primera mobilia of the human soul, the phrenologists have failed to make room for a propensity which, although obviously existing as a radical, primitive, irreducible sentiment, has been equally overlooked by all the moralists who preceded them. In the pure arrogance of the reason, we have all overlooked it. We have suffered its existence. We have suffered its existence to escape our senses solely through the want of belief or faith, whether it be faith in revelation or faith in the Kabbalah. The idea of it has never occurred to us simply because of its supererogation. We saw no need of the impulse for the propensity. We could not perceive its necessity. We could not understand that, as to say we could not have understood had the notion of this prima mobile ever intruded itself. We could not have understood in what manner it might be made to further the objects of humanity, either in temporal or in eternal. It cannot be denied that phrenology, in great measure, all metaphysical, has been conceived a priori. The intellectual logical man, rather than the understanding and observant man, set himself to imagine designs, to dictate purpose to God. Having thus fathomed to his satisfaction the intentions of Jehovah, out of these intentions he built his innumerable system of mind. In the sense of phrenology, for example, we determined, naturally enough, that it was the design of the deity that man should eat. We then assigned to man an organ of eliminativeness, and this organ is the scourge with which the deity compels man willy-nilly into eating. Secondly, having settled it to be God's will that the man should continue his species, we discovered an organ of amativeness forthwith, and so with combativeness, with ideality, with casualty, and with constructiveness. So, in short, with every organ, whether representing a propensity, a moral sentiment, or a faculty of the pure intellect, and in those arrangements, the principia of human action, the spursi might, whether right or wrong in part or upon the whole, have but followed in principle the footsteps of their predecessors, reducing and establishing everything from the preconceived destiny of men, and upon the ground that the object is creator. It would have been wiser, it would have been safer to classify, if classify we must, upon the basis of what man usually, occasionally did, and was always occasionally doing, rather than upon the basis of what he took for granted the deity intended him to do. If we cannot comprehend God in his visible works, how then his inconceivable thoughts that call the works into being? We cannot understand in his objective creatures, how then the substantive moods and phases of creation? Induction A posteriori would have brought phrenology to admit as an innate and primitive principle of human actions a paradoxical something, which you may call perverseness, for want of a more characteristic term. In the sense I intend, it is in fact mobile without motive, a motive, not motivate. Through its promptings, we act with considerable object, or if this shall be understood as a contradiction in terms, we may so far modify the proposition to say that through the promptings to act for the reasons that we should not. In theory, no reason can be more unreasonable, but in fact, there is none more strong. With certain minds, under certain conditions, it becomes absolutely irresistible. I am not more certain if I agree that the assurance of the wrong or error of any action is often the one incomparable force which impels us, and alone impels us, to its prosecution. Nor will this overwhelming tendency to do wrong for wrong's sake admit of analysis or resolution into ulterior errands. It is a radical, a primitive impulse, elementary. It won't be said anymore that we persist in acts because we feel we should not persist in them. Our conduct is but a modification of that which ordinarily brings the combativeness of phrenology. But a glance will show the fallacy of this idea. The phrenological combativeness has for its essence the necessity of self-defense. It is our safeguard against injury. Its principle regards our well-being, and thus the desire to be well is excited simultaneously with development. It follows that the desire to be well must be excited simultaneously with any principle which shall be merely a modification of combativeness. But in the case of something in which I find perverseness, the desire to be well is not only aroused, but strongly antagonistic sentiment exists. An appeal to one's own heart is, after all, the best reply to the sophistry just noticed. No one who trustingly consults and thoroughly questions his own soul will be disposed to deny the entire radicalness of the propensity in question. It is not more incomprehensible than distinctive. There lives no man who at some period has not been tormented, for example, by an earnest desire to tantalize a listener by circumlocution. The speaker is aware that he displeases. He has every intention to please. He is usually cut, precise, and clear. The most laconic and luminous language is struggling for utterance upon his tongue. It is only with difficulty that he restrains himself from giving it flow. He dreads and deprecates the anger of him who he addresses, yet the thought strikes him that by certain involutions and parentheses, this anger may be engendered. That single thought is enough. The impulse increases to a wish, the wish to a desire, the desire to an uncontrollable longing, and the longing, so the deep regret and mortification of the speaker, and in defiance of all consequences, is indulged. We have a task before us which must be speedily performed. We know it will be ruinous to make delay. The most important crisis of a life calls trumpet tone for immediate energy and action. We glow. We are consumed with eagerness to commence the work, with the anticipation of whose glorious result our whole souls are on fire. It shall be undertaken today, and yet we put it off until tomorrow. Why? There is no answer, except that we feel perverse. Using the word with no comprehension, the principle. Tomorrow arrives, and with it more impatient anxiety to do our duty, but with this very increased anxiety arrives also a nameless, a positively fearful, becoming unfathomable craving for delay. This craving gathers strength as a moment's glance. The last hour for action is at hand. We tremble with the violence of the contract within us, of the definitive with the indefinitive, of the substance with the shadow. But if the contest has proceeded thus so far, it is the shadows which prevails. We struggle in vain. The clock strikes, and it is a knell of our welfare. At the same time, it's a chanticleer note to the ghost which is so long overawed us. It flies, it disappears. We are free. The old energy returns. We will labour now. Alas, 'tis too late. We stand upon the brink of a precipice. We peer into the abyss. We grow sick and dizzy. Our first impulse is to shrink from the danger. Unaccountably we remain, by slow degrees of sickness and dizziness and horror, become immersed in a cloud of innumerable feeling. Degradation still more imperceptible. This cloud assumes shape as did the vapour in the bottle as it puts the genius in the Arabian Nights. But out of this, our cloud upon the precipice's edge, there grows into palpability a shape far more terrible than the ingenious of demon material, and yet it is but a thought, although a fearful one, and one which chills the very marrow of our bones with the fierceness of the delight of its horror. It is merely the idea of what they are sensations during the sweeping precipitity of a fall from such height, and this fall, this rushing annihilation, for the very reason it involves the one more ghastly and loathsome of all the most ghastly and loathsome images of death and suffering which have ever presented themselves to our imagination. And for this cause will we now the most vividly desire it. And because our reason violently deters us from the brink, therefore, do we the most impetuously approach it. There is no passion in nature so demonically impatient as that of him who is shivering upon the edge of a precipice, thus meditates a plunge. To indulge for a moment in any attempt at thought is to be inevitably lost. For reflection, what urges us to forbear, and therefore it is, I say that we cannot. If there be no friendly arm to check us, or if we fail in a sullen effort to prostrate ourselves backwards from the abyss, we plunge and are destroyed. Examine these and similar actions as we will. We shall find them resulting closely from the spirit of the perverse. We perpetrate them merely because we feel that we should not. Beyond this, there is no intelligible principle. It might indeed be this perverseness a direct instigation of the archfiend, were it not occasionally known to operate the furtherance of good. I have said thus much, but in some measure I may answer your question, that I may explain to you why I am here, and that I may assign to you something that shall have had at least the faint aspect of a cause for my wearing these fetters, and for tenanting this cell of the condemned. Had I not been thus prolix, you might have either misunderstood me altogether, or with the rabble have fancied me mad. As it is, you will easily perceive that I am one of the many uncounted victims of the imp of the perverse. It is impossible that any deed could have been wrought with a more thorough deliberation. For weeks, for months, I pondered upon the means of the murder. I rejected 1,000 schemes because their accomplishments involved a chance of detection. At length, in reading some French memoirs, I found an account of a nearly fatal illness that occurred to Madame Bellel through the agency of a candle accidentally poisoned. This idea struck my fancy at once. I knew my victim's habit of reading in bed. I knew too that his apartment was narrow and unventilated. But I need not vex you with the pertinent details. I need not describe the easy artifices with which I substituted in his bedroom candlestand a wax light of my own making, the one which I there found. The next morning he was discovered dead in bed. The coroner's verdict was death by the visitation of God. Having inherited his estate, all went well with me for years. The idea of detection never once entered my brain. Of the remains of the fatal taper, I had myself carefully disposed. I left no shadow of a clue by which it would be possible to convict or even suspect me of the crime. It is inconceivable how rich a sentiment of satisfaction arose in my bosom as I reflected upon my absolute security. For a very long period of time, I was accustomed to revel in this sentiment. It afforded me more and more real delight from all the worldly advantage accruing from my sin. But there arrived at length an epoch in which the pleasure of the feeling grew, by scarcely perceptible gradations into a haunting and harassing thought, it harassed because it haunted. I could scarcely get rid of it for an instant. It is quite a common thing to be thus annoyed with the ringing of our ears, or rather, in our memories of the buttons of some ordinary song, or some impressive snatches from an opera. Nor will it be the less tormented if the song itself be good, or the opera air be meritorious. In this manner, at least, I will perpetually catch myself pondering upon my security and repeating in a low undertone the phrase, I am safe. One day, while sauntering along the streets, I arrested myself in the act of murmuring half aloud these customary symbols. In a fit of petulance, I remodelled them thus: I am safe, yes, if I be not fool enough to make open confession. No sooner had I spoken these words that I felt an icy chill creep through my heart. I had some experience in these fits of perversity, whose nature I had been at some trouble to explain, and I remembered well that in no instance I had successfully resisted their attacks. And now my own casual self-suggestion that I might possibly be fool enough to confess the murder of which I had been guilty confronted me, as if the very ghost of him whom I had murdered and beckoned me on to death. At first I made an effort to shake off this nightmare of the soul. I walked vigorously, faster, still faster. At length I ran. I felt a maddening desire to shriek aloud. Every succeeding wave of thought overwhelmed me with new terror. But alas, I too well understood that to think in that situation was to be lost. I still quickened my pace. I bounded like a madman through the crowded thoroughfares. At length, the populace took alarm and pursued me. I felt then the consolation of my fate. Could I have thrown up my tongue? I would have done it. But a rough voice resounded in my ears, a rougher grasp seized me by the shoulder. I turned, I gasped for breath. For a moment I experienced all the pangs of suffocation. I became blind and deaf and giddy. And then some invisible fiend, I thought, struck me with his broad palm upon the back. The long imprisoned secret burst forth from my soul. They say that I spoke with a distinct enunciation, but with marked emphasis and passion, hurried, as if in dread of interrogation, before concluding the brief but pregnant sentences that consigned me to the hangman and to hell. Having related all that was necessary for the foolish judicial investigation and conviction, I fell prostrate in a swoon. But why shall I say more? Today I wear these chains and I'm here. Tomorrow I shall be fetterless. But where? Thank you.
Hiya, I'm Kat, and I'm dying to have a wee spin in the show, but no going. I'm going to do this story. The 1002nd Tale of Shahrazad. That's if I say it right. Truth is stranger than fiction. Having had occasion lately, bear with me, my chair is being adjusted, and I feel it's important to acknowledge it and not pretend it's not happening. There we go. If I suddenly go weakened to the floor, that's because of technical difficulties. Okay, let's start this again. The 1002nd Tale of Shahrazad. Having had occasion lately, in the course of some Oriental investigations, to consult the Tell Me Now, Is It or Not, a work which, like the Zohar of Simeon Euclides, is scarcely known at all, even in Europe. Knowledge by any American, if we accept perhaps the author of the Curiosities of American Literature, having had occasion, I say, to turn over some pages of the first mentioned very remarkable work, I was not a little astonished to discover that the literary world has hitherto been strangely in error respecting the fate of the Vizier's daughter, Shahrazad, as that fate is depicted in the Arabian Nights, and that the denouement they're given, if not altogether inaccurate, as far as it goes, is at least to blame in not having gone very much farther. For full information on this interesting topic, I must refer to the inquisitive reader to the is it or not itself, but in the meantime I shall be pardoned for giving a summary what I there discovered. It will be remembered that in the usual version of the tales, a certain monarch having good cause to be jealous of his queen, not only puts her to death, but makes a vow by his beard and the prophet to espouse each night the most beautiful maiden in his dominions, and the next morning to deliver her to the executioner. Having fulfilled this vow for many years to the letter, and with a religious punctuality and method that conferred great credit upon him as a man of devout feeling and excellent sense, he was interrupted one afternoon, no doubt at his prayers, by a visit from his Grand Vizier, to whose daughter, it appears, there had occurred an idea. Her name was Scheherazade, and her idea was that she would either redeem the land from the depopulating tax upon its beauty, or perish, after the approved fashion of all heroines in the attempt. Accordingly, and although we do not find it to be a leap year, which makes the sacrifice more meritorious, she deputes her father, the Grand Vizier, to make her to the king of her hand. This hand the king eagerly accepts. He had intended to take it at all events, and had put off the matter from day to day only through fear of the vizier. But in accepting it now, he gives all parties very distinctly to understand that Grand Vizier or no Grand Vizier, he has not the slightest design of giving up one iota of his vow or of his privileges. When, therefore, the fair Scheherazade insisted upon marrying the king, and did actually, despite her father's excellent advice not to do anything of the kind, when she would and did marry him, I say, it was with her beautiful black eyes as thoroughly open as the nature of the case would allow. It seems, however, that this politic damsel, who had been reading Machiavelli beyond doubt, had a very ingenious little plot in her mind. On the night of the wedding, she contrived, upon I forget what specious pretence, to have her sister occupy a couch sufficiently near that of the royal pair to admit of easy conversation from bed to bed. And a little before cock crowing, she took care to awaken the good monarch, her husband, who bore her none the worse, well, because he intended to wring her neck on the morrow. She managed to awaken him, I say, although, on account of a captive conscience and an easy digestion, he slept well, by the profound interest of a story about a rat and a black cat, I think, which she was narrating, all in an undertone, of course, to her sister. When the day broke, it so happened that this history was not altogether finished, and that Scheherazade, in the nature of things, could not finish it just then, since it was high time for her to get up and be bowstrung, a thing very little more pleasant than hanging, only a trifle more genteel. The king's curiosity, however, prevailing, I'm sorry to say, even over his sound religious principles, induced him for this once to postpone the fulfilment of his vow until next morning, for the purpose and with the hope of hearing that night how it fared in the end with the black cat. A black cat, I think it was, and the rat. The night having arrived, however, the Lady Scheherazade not only put the finishing stroke to the black cat and the rat was blue, but before she well knew what she was about, found herself deep in the intricacies of a narration having reference, if I am not altogether mistaken, to a pink horse with green wings. That went in a violent manner by clockwork, and was wound up with an indigo key. With his history, the king was even more profoundly interested than with the other. And as the day broke before its conclusion, notwithstanding all the queen's endeavours to get through it with time for the bowstring, there was again no resource but to postpone that ceremony, as before, for 24 hours. The next night, there happened a similar accident with a similar result, and then the next, and then again the next, so that in the end, the good monarch, having been unavoidably deprived of all opportunity to keep his vow during a period of more than 1001 nights, either forgets it altogether by the expiration of time, or gets himself absolved of it in the regular way, or, what is more probable, breaks it outright, as well as the head of his father's confessor. At all events, Scheherazade, who, being lineally descended from Eve, fell heir, perhaps, to the whole 7 baskets of talk, which the latter lady, we all know, picked up from under the trees in the Garden of Eden. Scheherazade, I say, finally triumphed, and the tariff upon beauty was repealed. Now, this conclusion, which is that of the story as we have it on record, is no doubt excessively proper and pleasant, but alas, like a great many pleasant things, it is more pleasant than true. I am indebted altogether to the is it or not for the means of correcting the error. Le mieux, says a French proverb, est l'ennemi du bien. And in mentioning that Scheherazade had inherited the 7 baskets of talk, I should have added that she put them out at compound interest until they amounted to 77. My dear sister, said she on the 1002nd night. I quote the language of the is it or not at this point, verbatim. My dear sister, said she, now that all this little difficulty about the bowstring has blown over, and that this odious tax is so happily repealed, I feel that I have been guilty of great indiscretion in withholding from you and the king, who I am sorry to say snores, a thing no gentleman would do. The full conclusion of Sinbad the Sailor. This person went through numerous other and more interesting adventures than those which I related, but the truth is, I felt sleepy on the particular night of their narration, and so was seduced into cutting them short, a grievous piece of misconduct, for which I only trust that Allah will forgive me. But even yet, it is not too late to remedy my great neglect, and as soon as I have given the king a pinch or two in order to wake him up so far that he may stop making that horrible noise, I will forthwith entertain you, and him, if it pleases, with the sequel of this very remarkable story. Hereupon, the sister of Scheherazade, as I have it from the is it or not, expressed no very particular intensity of gratification, but the king, having been sufficiently pinched, at length ceased snoring, and finally said, hum, and then hoo, when the queen, understanding these words, which are no doubt Arabic, to signify that he was all attention and would do his best not to snore any more. The queen, I say, having arranged these matters to her satisfaction, reenacted thus at once into the history of Sinbad the Sailor. At length, in my old age, these are the words of Sinbad himself, as retailed by Scheherazade. At length, in my old age, and after enjoying many years of tranquillity at home, I became once more possessed of a desire of visiting foreign countries. And one day, without acquainting any of my family with my design, I packed up some bundles of such merchandise as was most precious and least bulky, and engaging a porter to carry them, went with them down to the seashore to await the arrival of any chance vessel that might convey me out of the kingdom into some region which I had not as yet explored. Having deposited the packages upon the sands, we sat down beneath some trees and looked out into the ocean in the hope of perceiving a ship. But during several hours we saw none whatever. At length I fancied that I could hear a singular buzzing or humming sound, and the porter, after listening a while, declared that he also could distinguish it. Presently it grew louder and then louder, so that we could have no doubt that the object which caused it was approaching us. At length, on the edge of the horizon, we discovered a black speck which rapidly increased in size until we made it out to be a vast monster, swimming with a great part of its body above the surface of the sea. It came towards us with inconceivable swiftness, throwing up huge waves of foam around its breast and illuminating all that part of the sea through which it passed with a long line of fire that extended far off into the distance. As the thing drew near, we saw it very distinctly. Its length was equal to that of 3 of the loftiest trees that grow, and it was as wide as the great hall of audience in your palace. almost sublime and munificent of the calves. Its body, which was unlike that of ordinary fishes, was as solid as a rock, and of a jetty blackness throughout all that portion of it which floated above the water, with the exception of a narrow blood-red streak that completely begirdled it. The belly, which floated beneath the surface, and of which we could get only a glimpse now and then, as the monster rose and fell with the billows, was entirely covered with metallic scales, the colour like that of the moon in misty weather. The back was flat and nearly white, and from it there extended upwards of 6 spines, about half the length of the whole body. This horrible creature had no mouth that we could perceive, but as if to make up for this deficiency, it was provided with at least 4 score of eyes that protruded from their sockets like those of the green dragonfly, and were arranged all around the body in 2 rows, one above the other, and parallel to the blood-red streak, which seemed to answer the purpose of an eyebrow. 2 or 3 of these dreadful eyes were much larger than the others and had the appearance of solid gold. Although this beast approached us, as I've said before, with the greatest rapidity, it must have been moved altogether by necromancy, for it had neither fins like a fish, nor red feet like a duck, nor wings like a seashell which is blown along in the manner of a vessel. Nor yet did it writhe itself forward as do the eels. Its head and its tail were shaped precisely alike. Not only not far from the latter were 2 small holes that served for nostrils, and through which the monster puffed out its thick breath with prodigious violence, and with a shrieking, disagreeable noise. Our terror at beholding this hideous thing was very great, but it was even surpassed by our astonishment, when upon getting a nearer look, we perceived upon the creature's back a vast number of animals, about the size and shape of men, and altogether much resembling them, except that they wore no garments, as men do, being supplied, and by nature no doubt, with an ugly, uncomfortable covering, a good deal like cloth, but fitting so tight to the skin as to render the poor wretches laughably awkward, and put them apparently to severe pain. On the very tips of their heads were certain square-looking boxes, which at first sight I thought might have been intended to answer as turbans, but I soon discovered that they were excessively heavy and solid, and therefore concluded they were contrivances designed by their great weight to keep the heads of the animals steady and safe upon their shoulders. Around the necks of the creatures were fastened black collars, badges of servitude, no doubt, such as we keep on our dogs, only much wider and infinitely stiffer, so that it was quite impossible for these poor victims to move their heads in any direction without moving the body at the same time, and thus they were doomed to perpetual contemplation of their noses, a view puggish and snubby, in a wonderful, if not positively in an awful degree. When the monster had nearly reached the shore where we stood, it suddenly pushed out one of its eyes to a great extent and emitted from it a terrible flash of fire, accompanied by a dense cloud of smoke, and a noise that I can compare to nothing but thunder. As the smoke cleared away, we saw one of the odd man animals standing near the head of the large beast with a trumpet in his hand, through which, putting it to his mouth, he presently addressed us in loud, harsh, and disagreeable accents, that perhaps we should have mistaken for language, had they not come altogether through the nose. Being thus evidently spoken to, I was at a loss how to reply, as I could in no manner understand what was said, and in this difficulty I turned to the porter, who was near swooning through affright, and demanded of him his opinion as to what species of monster it was, what it wanted, and what kind of creatures those were that so swarmed upon its back. To this the porter replied, as well as he could for trepidation, that he had once before heard of this sea beast, that it was a cruel demon with bowels of sulphur and blood of fire, created by an evil genie, as the means of inflicting misery upon mankind. That the things upon its back were vermin, such as sometimes infest cats and dogs, only a little larger and more savage, and that these vermin had their uses, however evil. For through the torture they caused the beast by their nibbling and stingings, it was goaded into that degree of wrath which was requisite to make it roar and commit ill. And so futile the vengeance and malicious designs of the wicked unite. This account determined me to take to my heels, and without once even looking behind me, I ran at full speed up into the hills, while the porter ran equally fast, although nearly in an opposite direction, so that by these means he finally made his escape with my bundles, of which I have no doubt he took excellent care, although this is the point I cannot determine, as I do not remember that I ever beheld him again. For myself, I was so hotly pursued by a swarm of the men vermin who had come to the shore in boats, that I very soon was overtaken, bound hand and foot, and conveyed to the beast, which immediately swam out again into the middle of the sea. I now bitterly repented my folly in quitting a comfortable home to peril my life in such adventures as this. But regret being useless, I made the best of my condition, and exerted myself to secure the goodwill of the man-animal that owned the trumpet, and who appeared to exercise authority over his fellows. I succeeded so well in this endeavour that, in a few days, the creature bestowed upon me various tokens of his favour, and in the end even went to the trouble of teaching me the rudiments of what it was vain enough to denominate its language, so that at length I was enabled to converse with it readily, and came to make it comprehend the ardent desire I had of seeing the world. Washy, squawkish, squeak, Sinbad, he did a diddle, diddle, grunt and grumble, hiss, piss, whiz, said he to me, one day after dinner, but I beg 1,000 pardons, I have forgotten that your majesty is not conversant with the dialect of the Cockneys, so the man-animals were called. I presume it because their language forms the connecting link between that of the horse and of the rooster. With your permission, I will translate. Washish, washish, and so forth. That is to say, I am happy to find, my dear Sinbad, that you are really a very excellent fellow. We are now about doing a thing which is called circumnavigating the globe, and since you are so desirous of seeing the world, I will strain a point and give you a free passage upon back of the beast. When the Lady Scheherazade had proceeded thus far, relates the visitor not, the king turned over from his left side to his right and said, "It is, in fact, very surprising, my dear queen, that you admitted hitherto these latter adventures of Sinbad. Do you know, I think them exceedingly entertaining and strange." The king, having thus expressed himself, we are told the fair Scheherazade resumed her history in the following words. Sinbad went on in this manner with his narrative. I thanked the man-animal for its kindness, and soon found myself very much at home on the beast, which swam at a prodigious rate through the ocean, although the surface of the latter is, in that part of the world, by no means flat, but round like a pomegranate, so that we went, so to say, either uphill or downhill all the time. That, I think, was very singular, interrupted the king. Nevertheless, it is quite true, replied Scheherazade. I have my doubts, rejoined the king, but pray be so good as to go on with the story. I will, said the queen. The beast, continued Sinbad to the caliph, swam as I have related uphill and downhill until at length we arrived at an island, many hundreds of miles in circumference, but which nevertheless had been built in the middle of the sea by a colony of little things like caterpillars. Hum, said the king. Leaving this island, said Sinbad, for Scheherazade, it must be understood, took no notice of her husband's ill-mannered ejaculation. Leaving this island, we came to another where the forests were of solid stone, and so hard that they shivered to pieces the finest tempered axes with which he endeavoured to cut them down. Hum, said the king again. But Scheherazade, paying him no attention, continued in the language of Sinbad. Passing beyond this last island, we reached a country where there was a cave that ran to the distance of 30 or 40 miles within the bowels of the earth, and that contained a greater number of far more spacious and more magnificent palaces than are to be found in all Damascus and Baghdad. From the roofs of these palaces were hung myriads of gems, like diamonds, but larger than men, and in among the streets of towers and pyramids and temples, there flowed immense rivers as black as ebony, and swarming with fish that had no eyes. Said the king. We then swam into a region of the sea where we found a lofty mountain, down whose sides there streamed torrents of melted metal, some of which were 12 miles wide and 60 miles long, while from an abyss on the summit issued so vast a quantity of ashes that the sun was entirely blotted out from the heavens, and it became darker than the darkest midnight. So that when we were even at the distance of 150 miles from the mountain, it was impossible to see the whitest object, however close we held it to our eyes. On, said the king. After quitting this coast, the beast continued his voyage until we met with a land in which the nature of things seemed reversed, for we here saw a great lake, at the bottom of which, more than 100 feet beneath the surface of the water, there flourished in full leaf a forest of tall and luxuriant trees. Said the king. Some 100 miles further on brought us to a climate where the atmosphere was so dense as to sustain iron or steel, just as our own does feather. Fiddle-dee, said the king. Proceeding still in the same direction, we presently arrived at the most magnificent region in the whole world. Through it, there meandered a glorious river for several thousands of miles. This river was of unspeakable depth and of a transparency richer than that of amber. It was from there 3 to 6 miles in width, and its banks, which arose on either side to 1,200 feet in perpendicular height, were crowned with ever-blossoming trees and perpetually sweet-scented flowers that made the whole territory one gorgeous garden. But the name of this luxuriant land was the Kingdom of Horror, and to enter it was inevitable death. Humph, said the king. We left this kingdom in great haste, and after some days came to another, where we were astonished to perceive myriads of monstrous animals with horns resembling scythes upon their heads. These hideous beasts dig for themselves vast caverns in soil of a funnel shape, and line the sides of them with rocks so disposed one upon the other that they fall instantly when trodden upon by other animals, thus precipitating them into the monsters' dens, where their blood is immediately sucked, and their carcasses afterwards hurled contemptuously out to an immense distance from the caverns of death. Pooh, said the king. Continuing our progress, we perceived a district with vegetables that grew not upon any soil but in the air. There were others that sprang from the substance of other vegetables, others that derived their substance from the bodies of living animals, and then again there were others that glowed all over with intense fire, others that moved from place to place at pleasure, and that was still more wonderful. We discovered flowers that lived and breathed and moved their limbs at will, and had moreover the detestable passion of mankind for enslaving other creatures and confining them in horrid and solitary prisons until the fulfillment of appointed tasks. Pshaw, said the king. Quitting this land, we soon arrived at another, in which the bees and the birds are mathematicians of such genius and erudition that they give daily instructions in the science of geometry to the wise men of the empire. That's a keeper space, doesn't it? There we go. The king of the place, having offered a reward for the solution of the two very difficult problems, they were solved upon the spot, the one by the bees and the other by the birds. But the king keeping their solution a secret, it was only after the most profound researches and labour, and the writing of an infinity of big books during a long series of years, that the men mathematicians at length arrive at the identical solutions which had been given on the spot by the bees and by the birds. "Oh my," said the king. We had scarcely lost sight of this empire when we found ourselves close upon another, from whose shores there flew over our heads a flock of fowls a mile in breadth and 240 miles long, so that although they flew a mile during every minute, it required no less than 4 hours for the whole flock to pass over us, in which there were several millions of fowls. "Oh, fie," said the king. No sooner had we got rid of these birds, which occasioned us great annoyance, than we were terrified by the appearance of a fowl of another kind, and infinitely larger than even the rocks which I met in my former voyages. For it was bigger than the biggest of the domes in your Sergaro. Oh, most munificent of cows! This terrible fowl had no head that we could perceive, but was fashioned entirely of belly, which was of a prodigious fatness and roundness, of a soft-looking substance, smooth, shining, and striped with various colours. In its talons the monster was bearing away to its eyrie in the heavens, a house from which it had knocked off the roof, and in the interior of which we distinctly saw human beings, who beyond doubt were in a state of frightful despair at the horrible fate which awaited them. We shouted with all our might in the hope of frightening the bird into letting go of its prey, but it merely gave a snort or puff, as if of rage, and then let fall upon our heads a heavy sack which proved to be filled with sand. "Stuff," said the king. It was just after this adventure that we encountered a continent of immense extent and prodigious solidity, but which nevertheless was supported entirely upon the back of a sky-blue cow that had no fewer than 400 horns. Getting a note from my technical manager. "That, I believe," said the king, "because I have read something of the kind before in a book." We passed immediately beneath this continent, swimming in between the legs of the cow, and after some hours found ourselves in a wonderful country indeed, which, I was informed by the man-animal, was his own native land, inhabited by things of his own species. This elevated the man-animal very much in my esteem, and in fact I now began to feel ashamed of the contemptuous familiarity with which I had treated him, for I found that the man-animal in general were a nation of the most powerful magicians, who lived with worms in their brain, which no doubt served to stimulate them by their painful writhings and wrigglings to the most miraculous efforts of imagination. "Nonsense," said the king. Among the magicians were domesticated several animals of very singular kinds. For example, there was a huge horse whose bones were iron and whose blood was boiling water. In place of corn, he had black stones for his usual food. And yet, in spite of so hard a diet, he was so strong and swift that he would drag a load more weighty than the grandest temple in this city, at a rate surpassing that of the flight of most birds. "Twaddle," said the king. I saw also among these people a hen without feathers, but bigger than a camel. Instead of flesh and bone, she had iron and brick, her blood like that of the horse, to whom in fact she was nearly related, was boiling water, and like him she ate nothing but wood or black stones. This hen brought forth very frequently 100 chickens in the day, and after birth they took up their residence for several weeks within the stomach of their mother. "Wow," said the king. One of this nation of mighty conjurers created a man out of brass and wood and leather, and endowed him with such ingenuity that he would have beaten at chess all the races of mankind, with the exception of the great Harun al-Rashid. Another of these magic constructed of like material, a creature that put to shame even the genius of him who made it, for so great were its reasoning powers that in a second it performed calculations of so vast an extent that they would have required the united labour of 58,000 fleshy men for a year. But a still more wonderful conjurer fashioned for himself a mighty thing that was neither man nor beast, but which had brains of lead intermixed with a black matter like pitch. and fingers that it's employed with such incredible speed and dexterity that it would have had no trouble in writing out 20,000 copies of the Quran in an hour. And this with so exquisite a precision that in all the copies there should be not to be found one to vary from another by the breadth of the finest hair. This thing was of prodigious strength, so that it erected or overthrew the mightiest empires at a breath, but its powers were exercised equally for evil and for good. Ridiculous, said the king. Among this nation of necromancers there was also one who had in his veins the blood of the salamanders, for he made no scruple of sitting down to smoke his cheroot in the red-hot oven until his dinner was thoroughly roasted upon its floor. Another had the faculty of converting the common metals into gold without even looking at them during the process. Another had such a delicacy of touch that he made a wire so fine as to be invisible. Another had such quickness of perception that he counted all the separate motions of an elastic body while it was springing backward and forward at the rate of 900 millions of times in a second. Absurd, said the king. Another of these magicians, by means of a fluid that nobody ever yet saw, could make the corpses of his friends brandish their arms, kick out their legs, fight, or even get up and dance at his will. Another had cultivated his voice to so great an extent that he could have made himself from one end of the world to the other. Another had so long an arm that he could sit down in Damascus and indite a letter at Baghdad, or indeed at any distance whatsoever. Another commanded the lightning to come down to him out of the heavens, and it came at his call and served him from a plaything when it came. Another took two loud sounds and out of them made a silence. Another constructed a deep darkness out of two brilliant lights. Another made ice in a red-hot furnace. Another directed the sun to paint its portrait, and the sun did. Another took this luminary with the moon and the planets, and having first weighed them with scrupulous accuracy, probed into their depths and found out the solidity of the substance of which they were made. But the whole nation is indeed of so surprising and necromantic ability that not even their infants nor their commonest cats and dogs have any difficulty in seeing objects that do not exist at all, or that for 20 millions of years before the birth of the nation itself had been blotted out from the face of creation. Preposterous, said the king. The wives and daughters of these incomparably great and wise magi, continued Scheherazade, without being in any manner disturbed by these frequent and most ungentlemanly interruptions on the part of her husband. The wives and daughters of these eminent conjurers are everything that is accomplished and refined, and would be everything that is interesting and beautiful, but for an unhappy fatality that besets them, and from which not even the miraculous powers of their husbands and fathers has hitherto been adequate to save. Some fatalities come in certain shapes, and some in others, but this of which I speak has come in the shape of a crotchet. A what? Said the king. A crotchet, said Scheherazade, one of the evil genii, who are perpetually upon the watch to inflict ill, has put it into the heads of these accomplished ladies that the thing which we describe as personal beauty consists altogether in the protuberance of the region which lies not very far below the small of the back. Perfection of loveliness, they say, is in the direct ratio of the extent of this lump. Having been long possessed of this idea, and bolsters being cheap in that country, the days have long gone by since it was possible to distinguish a woman from a dromedary. Stop, said the king. I can't stand that, and I won't. You have already given me a dreadful headache with your lies. The day, too, I perceive, is beginning to break. How long have we been married? My conscience is getting to be troublesome again. And then that dromedary touch. Do you take me for a fool? Upon the whole, you might as well get up and be throttled. These words, as I learned from the Is It or Not, both grieved and astonished Scheherazade. But as she knew the king to be a man of scrupulous integrity and quite unlikely to forfeit his word, she submitted to her fate with good grace. She derived, however, great consolation during the tightening of the bowstring from the reflection that much of the history remained still untold, and that the petulance of her brute of a husband had reaped for him a most righteous reward in depriving him of the many inconceivable adventures. You like Steve?
Thank you.
Have fun?
I will try.
Sorry, what is? Oh, that's all right. We just did not one. Just take one of them and they come up. Could you look at the book in the phone?
My name is Stephen Duffy and I'm going to be reading The Pit. I was sick unto death with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of a distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of inquisitorial voices seemed merged into one dreamy intermediate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the boom of the mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin, even to grotesqueness. Thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt, of human torture. I saw that was the decrees of what to me was fate, were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw too, for a very few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wrote the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre of my frame thrill as if it touched the wire of a galvanic battery, where the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame. When I saw them from that would not help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and steadily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically. From before me, the tall candles sank into nothingness, their flames went out utterly, the blackness of darkness supervented, all sensation appeared to swallow up in a maddening rush, descending as if into soul into Hades. In silence and stillness, night with the universe, I had swooned. But still will not say that all consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define or even to describe, yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. yet in a second afterwards, so frail may that web have been, you remember not that you have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon, there are two stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seemed probable that if upon reaching the second stage we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not, after all, recalled, yet after a long interval do they not come unwritten? Will we marvel whence they came? He who has never seen it is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces and cold glow. It's not he who beholds floating in mid-air and sad visions that the many may not view. It's not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower. It's not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavours to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments when I have dreamed of success. There have been brief and very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of the later epoch assures me could have reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the mingleness of the descent. They tell also of the vague horrors of my heart, an account of that heart unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness to all things, as if those who bore me, ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of their limitless, and paused from the wearisome of their toil. After this, I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness. The madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of a heart, and in the ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause, in which all was blank. Then again sound and motion, and touch, and a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then very suddenly thought and shuddering terror, an earnest endeavour to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. The entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a latter day and much earnestness of endeavour have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far, I have not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back, unbound. I reached out with my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what it could be. I longed, yet I dared not employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast at least there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts then were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompasses me. I struggle for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made the effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed. and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time has since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition notwithstanding, what we read in fiction is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually within the auto de fe, and in one of these had been held the very night and the day of my trial. I had been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months. This at once I saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon was, as well as the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors and lights was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, but for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of the tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and I stood in cold beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable. I cautiously moved forward, my arms extended, and my eyes straining from their sockets, in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step up cautiously and onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumours of the horrors of Toledo, of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always believed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat the say I whispered. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness, or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? But the result would be death, and death of more than customary bitterness. I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt, the moment and the hour where all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was the wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which a certain antique narrative had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I sat out without being aware of that fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall, I therefore sought the knife with which I had been in my pocket and led it into the inquisitorial chamber. But it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I thought of forcing the blade into some minute crevice in the masonry so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was trivial, although in this disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first inseparable. I tore a piece of the hem from the roll and placed the fragment at full length and at the right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least, I thought, I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time, and I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain quiet, and sleep soon took over me as I lay. Upon awaking and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but I ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the cell. Up to that period, when I had felt I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more, when I had arrived at the rag. There, but in all then 100 paces, and admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, of many angles in the walls, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault. For vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue. Cutting the wall, I had to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage. I did not hesitate to step further, endeavouring to cross it as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend of somewhat startling circumstance, yet which in a few seconds afterward, and while I lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this: my chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than my chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapour, and this peculiar smell of decayed fungus across my nostrils. I put forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, which extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry, just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment, and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds, I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm into its descent. There was a sudden plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At that same moment, there came a sound resembling the quick opening, rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly upon the gloom, and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congregated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, the world would have seemed to be no more than death, and death we just avoided was of that character which I regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of the tyranny, there was of course choice of death within its direct physical agonies, or death within its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect flitting subject of the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than to risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of my mind, I might have had the courage to end my misery at one by a plunge into one of these abysses, but now it was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of those pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of the spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon rousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk it before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of the dead. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild, sulphurous lustre, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of the walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes, this fact occasioned me in a world of vain trouble, and vain indeed. For what could be of less importance than, under the terrible circumstances of which it environed me, the mere dimensions of the dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in the trifles, and I busied myself in endeavours to account for the error that I committed in my measurement. Truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces, up to the period when I fell. I must have been within a pace or two of the fragment of serge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon waking, I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I had begun my tour with the wall to the left and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I found no angles and thus deduced the idea of great irregularity. So potent is this effect in total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron or some other material in huge plates. Those sutures or joints occasioned to the depressions. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was ruggedly daubed in all its hideous and repulsive devices, to which it had the charnel superstition of the monks had given rise. The figures of fiends, an aspect of menace, with skeletal forms and other more really fearful images overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed the outline of those monstrosities and sufficed distinct, but as it looked, the colours seemed to be fading in blood, as if from effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor too, which was of stone. In the centre yawned a circular pit, from whose jaws I had escaped. But it was only one in the dungeon. All this I saw distinctly, and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm to such an extent that I could, by dint of my exertion, supply myself with food from another earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw, to my horror, that the picture had been removed. I say to my horror, for I now was consumed with an intolerable thirst. This thirst that appeared to be at the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat, pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. Some 30 or 40 feet overhead, it constructed much of the side of the walls. In one of the panels was a very singular figurative riveted to my whole attention. It was a painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that in lieu of a sign, he held what at casual glance is supposed to have been pictured an image of a huge pendulum, such as we see in an antique clock. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterwards, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief and, of course, slow. I watched it for several minutes, somewhat in fear, but some more in wonder. Worried at length with observing its dull movements, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking at the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well where I lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hurriedly with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this, it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could not take an imperfect note of time before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As its natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater, by which it mainly disturbed me was the idea that it was perceptibly descending. I now observe with what horror it is needless to say that neither extremity was formed of crescent or glittering steel, about a foot in length, from horn to horn, the horns upward, and under each edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and then the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pit whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself, the pit typical of hell and regarded by rumour as the ultimate thrill of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit had avoided by the merest accident. I knew that the surprise or the entrapment into torment formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus there being no alternative, a different and milder destruction awaited me. Milder? I half smiled in the agony of that thought, of such application of a term. What boots it is to tell the long story, the long hours of horror, more than mortal, during which I had counted the rushing vibrations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down, and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that the many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me to fan me with its acrid breath. The odour of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for a more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself upwards against the sweep of this fearful scimitar. And then I felt suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death, as the child of some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life, there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long. But I knew there were demons who took note of my swim, and who could have arrested upon the vibration of my pleasure. Upon my recovery too, I felt very, inexpressibly sick and weak, if through long inundation. Even amid the agonies of the period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remedy of which had been spared me by the rats. As I put the portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. But what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such, which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but I also felt as if it perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all of my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my line. I saw that its crescent was designed to cross the region of my heart. It would fray the serge of my robes. It would return and repeat its operation again and again, notwithstanding its terrifically wide sweep to some 30 feet or more, and then the hissing vigour of the descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron, still with the fraying of my robe, would be all that for several minutes would accomplish. And at that thought I paused. I dared not go farther in this reflection. I dwelt upon it with pertinacity of attention, as if in so dwelling I could arrest near the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garden, upon the peculiar thrilling of sensation which the friction of the cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily, down it crept. It took frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity, to the right, to the left, far and wide, with a shriek of a damned spirit. To my heart, with its steadily pace of a tiger, I alternately laughed and howled as the one or more of the idea grew predominant. Down, and certainly, relentlessly down, it vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently and furiously to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken his fastening above the elbow? I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down still, unceasingly still, inevitably down, I gasped and struggled at every vibration. I shrunk convulsively at every sweep. My eyes followed it outwardly and upwardly, whilst the eagerness of the most unmeaningless despair, they closed themselves spasmodically at the descent. Although death would have been a relief, over and slow, still I quivered in every nerve. I think of how slight the sinking of the machinery would participate in keen, glistening acts upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that the triumphs on the rack, the whispers of the death condemned in every dungeon of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my gold. And then with this observation, there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen collective calmness. For the first time during my many hours or perhaps days, I thought, it now occurred to me that the bandage or circincle that enveloped me was unique. It was tied with no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent thwarted any portion of the band which would detach. It would be unwound from my person by the means of my left hand. How fearful in that case the proximity of the steel, the result of the slightest struggle, and how deadly was it likely, moreover, with the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage across my bosom and the rack of a pendulum? Dreading to find my fate, as if it seemed my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. A circle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save for the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back upon its original position when there flashed across my mind what I cannot describe better than the unfolding half of the idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which, or a moiety, it only floated intermittently through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once with the nervous energy of despair to attempt its execution. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their eyes red, glaring upon me as if they waited, but with motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into this habitual seesaw or wave of a hand upon the platter, and then at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effort. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their fangs upon my fingers, with which the particles of the oily, spicy viand which now remained. I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach, and then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change. At the cessation of movement, they shrank alarmingly back. Many sought the well, but this was the only moment I had counted in vain on their veracity. Observing that I remained upon the motion, one or two of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt it at the shingle. This seemed a signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung at the wood, they overran it, they leapt in hundreds upon my person, and measured movement above the pendulum disturbed them above all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me as if in accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat, their cold lips sought my own, as if half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, from which the world no shame, no name, swelled my bosom, and chilled with the heavy clamminess upon my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt the struggle would be over. Plainly I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must already be severed. With a more than human resolution I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The shingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge from the robe. It had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliveries hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, I cautiously, sidelong, shrinking and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage, and upon reach of the scimitar, for a moment at least I was free. Free, and in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld, drawn upwards by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was my lesson, which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free, but I had escaped death in one form and agony, only to deliver unto a worse than death in some other way. With that thought, I rolled my eaves nervously around the barrier of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly. It was obvious it had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture during this period. I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illuminated the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which had thus appeared and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavoured by the course in vain to look through the aperture. As I rose from the attempt, the mystery of the altercation in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I had observed that although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colours seemed blurred and indefinite. These colours had now assumed and were momentarily assuming a startling but most intense brilliancy. They gave to a spectral and fiendish proportions and the aspect that might have thrilled even the firmest nerves of my own demon eyes of a wild and ghastly veracity glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before. The gleam of the lurid lustre of a fire, which I could now not force on my imagination to regard unreal. Unreal! Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapour of the heated iron, a suffocating odour pervading the prison. A deep glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself upon the pictured horrors of my blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting, oh, most demonic of men. I shrank from the glowing metal to the centre of the cell. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like a balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision to the low. The glare from the enkindled roof illuminated its most inmost recesses. Yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it forced, it wrestled its way into my soul, it burned itself upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak, oh horror, any horror but this. With a shriek I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as if it was a fit of ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain I at first endeavoured to appreciate and understand what had taken place, but not long was left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying in the king of terrors. The room had to be square. I saw two of its iron angles, and there were now acute, consecutively obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased, and now a low rumbling and moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge, but the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Though might I not have known that in the pit it was an object of a burning iron to urge me. Could I resist its lure? Or from that event could I withstand its pressure? And now, flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no more time for contemplation. Its centre, and of course its greatness width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me relentlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold or firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating of 1,000 thunders. I was rushed back. An outstretched arm caught me as I fell, falling into the abyss. It was that of General Lasalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. Thank you. What do we have next? But slowly Helen, who will be in a moment. Thank you very much.
I was just going to ask you questions then.
Very.
Hi there, my name's Helen and I am going to read to you The Fall of the House of Usher. During the whole of a dull, dark and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know not who it was, but with the first glance of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half pleasure, because poetic sentiment, with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible, I looked at the scene before me, upon the near house, and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul, which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium. The bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the house of Usher? It was a mystery, all in, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me. As I pondered, excuse me, I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while beyond doubt there are combinations of very simple objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression. And upon acting on this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous bank of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled lustre by the dwelling, and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodelled and inverted images of the grey sedge and the ghastly tree stems and the vacant eye-light windows. Excuse me. Nevertheless, in the mansion of Broome, I now proposed to myself a sojourn of some weeks. The proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood. But many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country. A letter from him, which in its wildly important nature had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me as his best, and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this and much more was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith that what I still considered a singular sum. Although as boys we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had always been excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that this very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art, and manifest in repeated deeds of munificent, yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognisable beauties of musical science. I had learned too the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time honoured as it was, had put forth at no period any enduring branch, in other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variations, so lain. It was this deficiency, I considered, while running over in the thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises, with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony of the name, which had at length as identified the two as to merge the original and the quaint and unequivocal, appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and the family mansion. I have said that the side effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, or why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such I have long known is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been, for this reason only, that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself, from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so much upon my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from decayed trees and the grey wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapour, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Excuse me yet again. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a webwork from the eaves. Yet all of this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork which has rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of excessive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinising observer of the building in front made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valley of stealthy step thence conducted me in silence through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I had encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken. While the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings, the sombre tapestries of the wall, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases, I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of crimson light made their way through the trellised panes and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt as I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow, an air of stern and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher arose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it. I at first thought of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the inouïment of sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely man had never before so terribly altered in so brief a period as the thought recurred. It was with difficulty I bring myself to admit the identity of the one being faced before me with the companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverness of a complexion, an eye large, liquid and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surprisingly beautiful curve, a nose of delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril unusually similar formations. A finely moulded chin speaking in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of changes I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the now miraculous lustre of the eye, above all, startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all it heated, and as in its wild gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face. I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with the idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence, an inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy and excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature, I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyish traits, and by conclusion deduced from his particular physical conformation of temperament. His action was alternatively vivacious and sullen. His voice rapidly varied from a tremendous indecision, and the animal spirit seemed utterly in abeyance, to the species of energetic concision, that abrupt and perfectly modulated utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard, or in the irreclaimable eater of opium, during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus he spoke of the subject of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and family evil, and for which he had despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed then, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odours of old flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and these from stringed instruments which did not inspire him with odour. To an anomalous species of terror I found him a bounden slave. I shall perish, said he. I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus and not otherwise shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together in some struggle with the grim phantasm fear. I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence for many years he had never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose supposititious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated. An influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of grey walls and turrets and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down had at length brought about the moral of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister. His sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I could never forget, would leave him the hopeless and the frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so was she called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment, and without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread. And yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. The countenance of the brother, but he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more ordinary warmness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent, although transient affection of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But on the closing in of the evening of my arrival, as the agitation, the prostrating power of the destroyer, I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself. And during this period, I was busied in earnest endeavours to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened as if in a dream to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. And thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempted cheering a mind from which darkness, as in an instant positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in the unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall never have been about me a memory of the many solemn hours I have spent alone with the master of the house of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempts to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies or of the occupations in which he involved me, or led me the way. An exciting and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous lustre over all. His long improved dirties will ring forever in my ear. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of Monletta. From the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew, touch by touch, into vagueness, at which I shuddered the more thrillingly because I shuddered knowing not why. In these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavour to enjoy more than a small portion which should be within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his design, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me at least, from the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadows which felt I had ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing, yet too concrete reveries of Jerusalem. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption of device. An accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlook was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch, other artificial source of light, was discernible. Yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout and bathed the whole earth in a ghastly and inappropriate splendour. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, with the exception of certain efforts of stringed instruments. It was perhaps the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth in great measure to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptu could not be accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes as well as in the world of his wild fantasias, for he had not unfrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was perhaps the more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it, because, in the under mystic current of its meeting, I fancied I had perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses which are entitled The Haunted Palace ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion it stood there, never served spread opinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roofed and floating flow. All this, was in the olden time, long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts, prudent and pallid, a winged odour went away. Wanderers in that happy valley, through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne were sitting Porphyrogen, in state of his glory, well befitting, the ruler of the realm the sea. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voicing of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And, round about his home, the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a remembered story of the old time entombed. And travellers now within the valley, through the red-lit and windless sea, vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody. While like a rapid ghastly river through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh, but smile no more. I well remember the suggestion arising from this ballad led us to a train of thought wherein there became a manifest of opinion of Usher's, which I mention not on so much of account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of its persinicity in which he maintained it. This opinion in its general form was that of the sentience of all vegetable things. But in his disordered fancy, the idea had assumed a more daring character and trespassed under certain conditions upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent of the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the gravestones of the home of his forefathers. The conditions of sentience had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collection of these stones and the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them. Undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, duplication in the still waters of the Tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of sentience, was condensation of an atmosphere of the road about the waters and the lakes. The result was discoverable. He added in that silent yet importune and terrible influence which for centuries I had moulded the destinies of his family, and which made him, what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions needed no comment, and I will make them. Our books, the books which for years have formed no portion of the mental existence of the invalid, whereas might be supposed in stripping with the character of phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Vervet or Chartreuse of Gresset, the Belle Figure of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klimt by Holberg, the Chirimontry of Robert Flood of Jean Denagy and of de la Chambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and the City of the Son of Campanella. Our favourite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directum Inquisitorium by the Dominion Imeric de Giron, and there were passages in Pomponius Mellus about the African satyrs and Egyptians, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in Quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigili Mortuorium Secundum Corum Ecclesio Magutans. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac. When one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight, previous to its final interment, in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of our medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I had met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to force what I regarded as at best but a harmless and by no means an unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him to the arrangements for the temporary interment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to in the rest. The vaults in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity. Excuse me. For investigation. With small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used apparently in remote feudal times for the worst purposes of donjon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder or some highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door of a massive iron had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside, yet the unscrewed lid of the coffin, and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking symmetry between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we would not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom of her face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lips which is so terrible. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way with toil into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminous of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was labouring with some oppressive secret, to indulge which he struggled with the necessary courage. At times again, I was obliged to resolve all into the near inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified but it infected me. I felt creeping upon me by slow and yet certain degrees the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th and 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the donjon that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch, while the hours waned and waned away. I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had domination over me. I endeavoured to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture in the room, of the dark and tattered draperies, which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a grasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened, I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm at long intervals. I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavoured to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I'd fallen by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I had taken but few turns in this manner when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognised it as that of Usher. In an instant, after he rapped with a gentle touch at my door and entered bearing a lamp. His countenance was as usual, cadaverously worn, but moreover there was a species of mad hilarity in his eye, and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanour. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And you've not seen it," he said, abruptly, after having first stared about him for some moments in silence. "You've not seen it then, but stay you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew careering from all points against each other, without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding destiny did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor were there any flashing forth of the lightning, but the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapour, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. "You must not, you shall not behold this," said I shudderingly to Usher, as I led him with a gentle violence from a window to a seat. "These appearances which bewilder you are merely electrical phenomena, not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favourite romances. I will read and you shall listen, and so we will pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I'd taken up was The Mad Tryst of St. Lancelot Canning, but I had called it a favourite of Usher's, more in sad jest than in earnest. For in truth, there is little in its uncouth and unimaginable prolixity which could have an interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorders is full of similar reminders. Even in the extremes of the folly which I should read, could I have judged indeed by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at a well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceful admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make good an entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words from the narrative run thus. And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of an obstinate and molestful turn, but feeling the rain upon his shoulders and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and with blows made quickly the door for his gauntleted hand. And now pulling therewith, sturdily he so cracked and ripped, and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated through the forest. At the termination of this sentence, I started and for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I was at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that from some very remote portion of the mansion there came, indistinctly to my ears, what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled, the very cracking and ripping sound which Lancelot has so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which could have interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. Why the good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was some enraged and amazed to perceive no signal of the malice hermit, but in the stead thereof a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanour and of a fiery tongue, which sate in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver on the wall, where hung a shield shining brass with this legend enwritten: Who entereth herein a conqueror hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he will win. And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him and gave up his pesty prey, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had fain to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with the feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever of this instance. I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I find impossible to say, a low and apparently distant, but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming of grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for a dragon's unnatural shriek, as described by the himself. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of the second most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations, in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting, by any observation, the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly A strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanour. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought around his chair so as to sit with his face to the door. Excuse me, of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep, from the wide and rigid opening at the eye, at a glance at it in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narratives of Sir Lancelot and thus proceeded. And now the champion had escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield and of the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached gloriously over the silver pavement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which in sooth tarried not for his full coming, but fell down at his feet upon the silver floor with a mighty, great, and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips, than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at the moment fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet, but the measured rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat, his eyes fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulders, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Not hear it? Yes, I hear it, and have heard it. Long, many minutes. Days have I heard it, yet I dare not. Pity, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. You have put her living in the tomb. Since said I not that my senses were acute, I now tell you, I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, the breaking of the hermit's door and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of the coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footsteps on the stairs? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating in her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables as if in the effort he was giving up his soul. Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance, there had been found the potency of his thing. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed drew slowly back upon the instant, their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the Russian ghost, but then without the doors there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then, with a low, moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and now final death agonies bore him to the floor, a corpse and a victim to the terrors he had anticipated. From that chamber and from that mansion, I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual provisioned, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting and blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through the once barely discernible fissure of which I have before spoken, as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb like burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound, like the voice of 1,000 waters, and a deep, dark chant of feet rose sullenly and silently over the fragments of the house of a pasha. Thank you.
That was excellent.
All righty. The Telltale Heart. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I have been and am. But why will you say I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in heaven and the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult for his gold. I have no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with this, what disillusionment I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and I opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening, so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously that the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray of light fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight, but I found the eye was always closed. And so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into his chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than unusually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than I did mine. Never before that night and I felt the extent of my own powers, my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph. To think, there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deed or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved in the bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were closed fastened, though through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing on steadily, steadily. I had my head in. I was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour, I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I had done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not the groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo, the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and I pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney," or "It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. I waited a long time, very patiently. Without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length, a dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot out in the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctiveness, all a dull pale, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person. I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you, what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense. Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find it being so far done. The heart beyond with a muffled sound. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there for many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precaution I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, and the arms, and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantling. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatsoever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart. But what I had now to fear, there entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. But what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness. Until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I had grown very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officer spoke up. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of men. But the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair open. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the floorboards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no. They heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This, I thought, and this, I think, that anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, 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 louder. Villains, I shrieked, dissemble, or I admit the deed, tear up the planks here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart.
Thank you, Tyler. That was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Who's next up?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
That'll be the night. Excuse me. The cask of Amontillado. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. But let I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled. But the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and the opportunity to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmary, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely what I could. It was about dusk one evening, during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley, He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you're looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts."
How? Amontillado? A pipe? A cask? Impossible. And in the middle of the carnival?
I have my doubts, and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain.
Amontillado?
I have my doubts,
Amontillado?
and I must satisfy them.
Amontillado?
As you're engaged, I'm on my way to see Lucchese. If anyone has a critical tongue, it's he. He'll tell me.
Lucrezi cannot tell Amontillado from sherry.
Yet some fools will have it that Estace is a match for your own.
Come, let us go.
Whither?
To your vaults.
My friend, no. I will not oppose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese.
I have no engagement. Come.
My friend, no. It's not the engagement, but the severe cold which I perceive you reflected. The vaults are insufferably damp. They're encrusted with nitre.
Let us go nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado. You have been imposed upon. And as for Lucrezi, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado.
Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelaire closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honour of the time. I had told them I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux and gave one to Fortunato, told him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent and stood together in the dark ground, the catacombs of the Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he stood.
The pipe.
It is farther on, but observe the white web which gleams from these cavern walls.
Nitre.
Nitre, how long have you had that cough? My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes.
It is nothing.
Come, we'll go back. Your health is precious. You're rich, respected, admired, beloved. You're as happy as I once was. You're a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We'll go back. You'll be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, it's the crazy.
Enough. The cough is merely nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die from a cough.
True, true. And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, but you should use all proper caution. A draught of this meadow will defend us from the depths. Here I knocked a neck off a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. Drink.
I drink to the buried that repose around us, and
I to your long life. He again took my arm and we proceeded.
these vaults are extensive.
The Montresors were a great and numerous family.
I forget your arms.
A huge human foot d'or and a full d'azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant, his fangs are embedded in the heel.
And the motto?
Nino me impune accessit.
Good. Very good.
The wine sparkled in his eyes and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the medic. We passed through walls of piled bones with casks and puncheons intermingling into the innermost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by the arm of the elbow. The nitre, I said, see, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. There below the river's bed, the drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we'll go back ere it's too late. You're caught.
It is nothing. Let us go on, but there first, another draught of your Medoc.
I broke and reached him a flagon of the grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one.
You do not comprehend?
Not I.
Then you are not of the Brotherhood.
No.
You're not of the Masons.
Yes.
You, impossible. A Mason,
A Mason.
a sign.
It is this, I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire.
You jest. But let us proceed to the Amontillado.
Be it so. I replaced the tool beneath the cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused a flambeau rather to glow and flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead, in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th, the bones had been thrown down and laid promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavoured to pry inside the depths of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed. Herein is Amontillado. As for the case,
He is an ignoramus.
he stepped unsteadily forward while I followed immediately versus at its heels. In an instant, he'd reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rod, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return. No? Then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions of my power.
The Amontillado!
True, the Amontillado. As I said these words, I busied myself upon the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier and the third and the 4th, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which that I might hearken to it with more satisfaction. I ceased my labours and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished without interruption the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused and holding the flambeau over the mason work threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams bursting suddenly from the throat of the Jane form seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated, I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope about in the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of hungry clamour. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamour grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th year. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in the destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erect the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice which I had difficulty in recognising as that of the noble Fortunato.
A very good joke indeed. An excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo. Over the wine.
The Amontillado?
Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Why not? Will they not be awaiting us at the palazzo? The Lady Fortunato and the rest. Let us be gone.
Yes, let us be gone.
For the love of God, Montresor!
Yes, for the love of God. But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient and called aloud, Fortunato? No answer. I called again, Fortunato. No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. It came forth in return, only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick. When I counted the darkness of the catacombs, I hastened to make an end to my labour. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. Passe et quiescat.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Hi, Carol.
Hello.
Would you like to jump in?
Where do you wish me to be?
Jump into the seat here.
On the throne. Or
Yeah, adjust the pillows to be comfortable.
And set it on.
And do you have something that you'd wanted to read?
It was Dr. Tar and Professor Fair or something.
Right, very well. I will.
Tar and Fair. I don't know, I'm Caroline. Or Carolander.
Yeah, just introduce
Whoever
yourself,
calls
Carol.
me.
Give me a second, I'll adjust the camera. Because we were standing there, but we'll bring it back to a seating position.
Yes, some of us prefer.
The seated positions,
The sitting
yes.
down acting suits some of us older persons. Not
Not
young
yourself,
things like
poster
you.
girl Carol Anders.
Yes. Yes, poster girl for Perthes scratch.
That's right. Just give me 1 second, I will get
We're
this
just
to you.
finding the book, so feel free to talk among yourselves for the moment. And we will be with you anon.
So something in feather.
Dr. Clarence, or whatever you've got handy, I'm not
No, I'm quite happy to.
using
Obliged.
the index at the moment.
I just say I have no idea where this particular work is. I have been in the end throwing in.
It was on the reading list, that's all I can tell you.
Yes. Prepared reading list.
You would think they would have preferred it in bookmark. but
Yes,
giving them
yes. We got it. We're nearly there.
Every expense there.
Yes. Arts and human satire section.
Oh, good.
I will provide, is
Thank you very much.
that correct?
That's the very one.
Thank you.
So here we go, the system of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather. During the summer of 18, while on a tour through the extreme southern provinces of France, my route led me within a few miles of a certain maison de santé, or madhouse, about which I had heard much in Paris from my medical friends. As I had never visited a place of this kind, I thought the opportunity too good to be lost, and so proposed to my travelling companion, a gentleman with whom I had made a casual acquaintance a few days before, that we should turn aside for an hour or so and look through the establishment. To this he objected, pleading the haste in the first place and in the second, a very unusual horror at the sight of the lunatic. He begged of me, however, not to let any mere courtesy toward himself interfere with the gratification of my curiosity, and said that he would ride on leisurely so that I might overtake him during the day, or at all events during the next. As he bade me goodbye, I bethought me that there might be some difficulty in obtaining access to the premises, and mentioned my fears on this point. He replied that, in fact, unless personal knowledge of the superintendent, Monsieur Maillard, or some credential in the way of a letter, a difficulty might be found to exist, as the regulations of these private madhouses were more rigid than the public hospital was. For himself, he added, he had some years since made the acquaintance of Maillard, and would so far assist me as to ride up to the door and introduce me, although his feelings on the subject of lunacy would not permit of his entering the house. I thanked him, and turning from the main road, we entered a grass-grown bypath, which in half an hour nearly lost itself in a dense forest, clothing the base of a mountain. Through this dank and gloomy wood we rode some 2 miles, when the Maison de Santé came in view. It was a fantastic chateau, much dilapidated, and indeed scarcely tenantable through age and neglect. Its aspect inspired me with absolute dread, and checking my horse, I half resolved to turn back. I soon, however, grew ashamed of my weakness, and proceeded. As we rode up to the gateway, I perceived it slightly open, and the visage of a man peering through. In an instant afterwards, this man came forth, accosted my companion by name, shook him cordially by the hand, and begged him to alight. It was Monsieur Maillard himself. He was a portly, fine-looking gentleman of the old school, with a polished manner and a certain air of gravity, dignity, and authority, which was very impressive. My friend, having presented me, mentioned my desire to inspect the establishment and received Monsieur Maillard's assurance that he would show me all attention. Now took leave, and I saw him no more. When he had gone, the superintendent ushered me into a small and exceedingly neat parlour, containing, among other indications of refined taste, many books, drawings, pots of flowers, and musical instruments. A cheerful fire blazed upon the hearth. At a piano, singing an aria from Bellini, sat a young and very beautiful woman who, at my entrance, paused in her song and received me with graceful courtesy. Her voice was low, her whole manner subdued. I thought too that I perceived the traces of sorrow in her countenance, which was excessively, although to my taste, not unpleasingly, pale. She was attired in deep mourning, and excited in my bosom a feeling of mingled respect, interest, and admiration. I had heard at Paris that the institution of Monsieur Maillard was managed upon what is vulgarly termed the system of soothing, that all punishments were avoided, that even confinement was seldom resorted to, that the patients, while secretly watched, were left very much apparently at liberty, and that most of them were permitted to roam about the house and grounds in the ordinary apparel of persons in right mind. Keeping these impressions in view, I was cautious in what I said before the young lady, for I could not be sure that she was sane. And in fact, there was a restless brilliancy about her eyes which half led me to imagine she was not.
I confined my remarks therefore to general topics and to such as I thought would not be displeasing or exciting to a lunatic. She replied in a perfectly rational manner to all that I said, and even her original observations were marked with the soundest good sense. But a long acquaintance with the metaphysics of mania had taught me to put no faith in such evidence of sanity, and I continued to practice throughout the interview the caution with which I had commenced it. Presently, a smart footman in livery brought a tray with fruit, wine, and other refreshments, of which I partook, the lady soon afterwards leaving the room. As she departed, I turned my eyes in an inquiring manner towards my host. No, he said. Oh no, a member of my family, my niece, and a most accomplished woman. I beg 1,000 pardons for the suspicion, I replied, but of course you will know how to excuse me. The excellent administration of your affairs here is well understood in Paris, and I thought it just possible, you know? Yes, say no more. Or rather, it is myself who should thank you for the commendable prudence you have displayed. We seldom find so much of forethought in young men, and more than once some unhappy contretemps occurred in consequence of thoughtlessness on the part of our visitors. While my former system was in operation and my patients were permitted the privilege of roaming to and fro at will, they were often aroused to a dangerous frenzy by injudicious persons who called to inspect the house. Hence I was to enforce a rigid system of exclusion, and none obtained access to the premises upon whose discretion I could not rely. While your former system was in operation, I said, repeating his words, do I understand you then to say that the soothing system of which I have heard so much is no longer in force? It is now, he replied. Several weeks since we have concluded to renounce it forever. Indeed, you astonish me. We found it, sir, he said with a sigh, absolutely necessary to return to the old usages. The danger of the soothing system was at all times appalling, and its advantages have been much overrated. I believe, sir, that in this house it has been given a fair trial, if ever in any. We did everything that rational humanity could suggest. I am sorry that you could not have paid us a visit at an earlier period that you might have judged for yourself. But I presume you are conversant with the soothing practice in its details. Not altogether. What I have heard has been at third or fourth hand. I may state the system then, in general terms, as one in which the patients were menaged, honoured. We contradicted no fancies which entered the brains of the mad. On the contrary, we not only indulged but encouraged them, and many of our most permanent cures have been thus effected. There is no argument which so touches the feeble reason of the madman as the reductio ad absurdum. We have had men, for example, who fancied themselves chickens. The cure was to insist upon the thing as fact, to accuse the patient of stupidity in not sufficiently perceiving it to be a fact, and thus to refuse him any other diet for the week than that which properly appertains to a chicken. In this manner, a little corn and gravel were made to perform wonders. What was this species of acquiescence all? Or by no means. We put much faith in amusements of a simple kind, such as music, dancing, gymnastics, exercises generally, cards, certain classes of books, and so forth. We affected to treat each individual as if for some ordinary physical disorder, and the word lunacy was never employed. A great point was to set each lunatic to guard the actions of all the others. To repose confidence in the understanding or discretion of a madman is to gain him body and soul. In this way, we were enabled to dispense with an expensive body of keepers. And you had no punishments of any kind? None. And you never confined your patients? Very rarely. Now and then, the malady of some individual growing to a crisis or taking a sudden turn of fury, you conveyed him to a secret cell, lest his disorder should infect the rest, and there kept him until we could dismiss him to his friends. for with the raging maniac we have nothing to do. He is usually removed to the public hospitals. And now you have changed all this, and you think for the better. Decidedly. The system had its advantages, disadvantages, and even its dangers. It is now happily exploded throughout all the maisons de santé of France. I am very much surprised, I said, at what you will tell me, for I made sure that at this moment no other method of treatment for mania existed in any portion of the country. You are young yet, my friend, replied my host. But the time will arrive when you will learn to judge for yourself of what is going on in the world without trusting to the gossip of others. Believe nothing you hear, and only one half of what you see. Now, about our maison de santé. It is clear that some ignoramus has misled you. After dinner, however, when you have sufficiently recovered from the fatigue of your ride, I will be happy to take you over the house and introduce you to a system which, in my opinion, and in that of everyone who has witnessed its operation, is incomparably the most effectual yet devised. Your own, I inquired. Of your own invention? I am proud, he replied, to acknowledge that it is, at least in some measure. In this manner, I conversed with Monsieur Muir for an hour or so, during which he showed me the gardens and the conservatories of the place. I cannot let you see my patients, he said. Just at present, to a sensitive mind there is always more or less of the shocking in such exhibitions. I do not wish to spoil your appetite for dinner. We will dine. I can give you some veal à la Saint-Ménéveux with cauliflowers in velouté sauce. After that, a glass of Clos de Bugeaud, then your nerves will be sufficiently steadied. At 6, dinner was announced, and my host conducted me to a large salle à manger, where a very numerous company was assembled. 25 or 30 in all. They were apparently people of rank, certainly of high breeding, although their habiliments, I thought, were extravagantly rich, partaking somewhat too much of the ostentatious finery of the vieux poor. I noticed that at least 2/3 of these guests were ladies, and some of the latter were by no means accoutred in what a Parisian would consider good taste in the present day. Many females, for instance, whose age could not have been less than 70, were bedecked with a profusion of jewellery, such as rings, bracelets, and earrings, and wore their bosoms and arms shamefully bare. I observed, too, that very few of the dresses were well made, or at least that very few of them fitted the wearers. In looking about, I discovered the interesting girl to whom Monsieur Maillard had presented the parlour, but my surprise was great to see her wearing a hoop and farthingale, with high-heeled shoes and a dirty cap of Brussels lace, so much too large for her that it gave her face a ridiculously diminutive expression. When I had first seen her, she was attired most becomingly in deep mourning. There was an air of oddity, in short, about the dress of the whole party, which at first caused me to recur to my original idea of the soothing system, and to fancy that Monsieur Maillard may have been willing to deceive me until after dinner, that I might experience no uncomfortable feelings during the repast, but finding myself dining with lunatics. But I remembered having been informed in Paris that the southern provincialists were a peculiarly eccentric people, with a vast number of antiquated notions, and then too, upon conversing with several members of my apprehensions were immediately and fully dispelled. The dining room itself, although perhaps sufficiently comfortable and of good dimensions, had nothing too much of elegance about it. For example, the floor was uncarpeted. In France, however, a carpet is frequently dispensed with. The windows, too, were without curtains. The shutters, being shut, were securely fastened with iron bars, applied diagonally after the fashion of our shop shutters. The apartment, I observed, formed in itself a wing of the chateau, and thus the windows were on 3 sides of the parallelogram, the door being at the other. There were no less than 10 windows in all. The table was superbly set out. It was loaded with plate and more than loaded with delicacies. The profusion was absolutely barbaric. There were meats enough to have feasted the Anakin. Never in all my life had I witnessed so lavish, so wasteful an expenditure of the good things in life. There seemed very little taste, however, in the arrangements, and my eyes, accustomed to quiet lights, were sadly offended by the prodigious glare of a multitude of wax candles, which, in silver candelabra, were deposited upon the table and all about the room, wherever it was possible to find a place. There were several active servants in attendance, and upon a large table at the farther end of the apartment were seated 7 or 8 people with fiddles, pipes, trombones, and a drum. These fellows annoyed me very much. At intervals during the repast, by an infinite variety of noises which were intended for music, and which appeared to afford much entertainment to all present, with the exception of myself. Upon the whole, I could not help thinking that there was much of the bizarre about everything I saw. But then the world is made up of all kinds of persons with all modes of thought and all sorts of conventional customs. I had travelled too so much as to be quite an adept at the neo admirari. So I took my seat very coolly at the right hand of my host, and having an excellent appetite, did justice to the good cheer set before me. The conversation, in the meantime, was spirited and general. The ladies, as usual, talked a great deal. I soon found that nearly all the company were well educated, and my host was a world of good humour anecdote in himself. He seemed quite willing to speak of his position as superintendent of a maison de sang, and indeed the topic of lunacy was, much to my surprise, a favourite one with all present. A great many amusing stories were told, having reference to the whims of the patient. "We had a fellow here once," said a fat little gentleman who sat at my right, "who fancied himself a teapot, and, by the way, it is especially singular how often this particular crochet has entered the brain of the lunatic. There is scarcely an insane asylum in France which cannot supply a human teapot. Our gentleman was a Britannia-ware teapot, and careful to polish himself every morning with buckskin and whiting. And then," said the tall man just opposite, "we had here not long ago a person who had taken it into his head that he was a donkey, which, allegorically speaking, you will see, but yes, quite true. He was a troublesome patient, and we had much ado to keep him within bounds. For a long time he would eat nothing but thistles. But of this idea we soon cured him by insisting upon him eating nothing else. Then he was perpetually kicking out his heels. So. Mr. de Kock, I will thank you to behave yourself," here interrupted an old lady who sat next to the speaker. "Please keep your feet to yourself. You have spoiled my brocade. Is it necessary, pray, to illustrate a remark in so practical a style? Our friend here can surely comprehend you without all this. Upon my word, you are nearly as great a donkey as the poor unfortunate imagined himself. Your acting is very natural, as I live." "Mille pardons, mademoiselle," replied Monsieur de Kock, thus addressed. "1,000 pardons. I had no intention of offending Mademoiselle Laplace. Monsieur de Kock will do himself the honour of taking wine with you." Here, Monsieur de Kock bowed low, kissed his hand with much ceremony, and took wine with Mademoiselle Laplace. "Allow me, mon ami," now said Monsieur Maillard, addressing myself. "Allow me to send you a morsel of this veal à la Saint-Membre. You will find it particularly fine." At this instant, 3 stubby waiters had just succeeded in depositing safely upon the table an enormous dish, or trencher, containing what I suppose to be the monstrum horrendum informe ingens quilumum adentum. A closer scrutiny assured me, however, that it was only a small roasted calf, whole and set upon its knees with an apple in its mouth, as is the English fashion of dressing a hare. "Thank you, no," I replied. "To say the truth, I am not particularly partial to veal à la, what is it? for I do not find that it altogether agrees with me. I will change my plate, however, and try some of the rabbit. There were several side dishes on the table containing what appeared to be the ordinary French rabbit, a very delicious morsel which I can recommend. Pierre, cried the host, change this gentleman's plate and give him a side piece of this rabbit au chat. This what? I said. This rabbit au chat. Why, thank you. Upon second thoughts, no, I will just help myself to some of the ham. There is no knowing what one eats, thought I to myself, at the tables of these people of the province. I will have none of their rabbit au chat, and for the matter of that, none of their cat or rabbit either. And then, said a cadaverous-looking personage near the foot of the table, taking up the thread of the conversation where it had been broken off, and then, among other oddities, we had a patient once upon a time who very pertinaciously maintained himself to be a Cordova cheese, and went about with a knife in his hand, soliciting his friends to try a small slice from the middle of his leg. He was a great fool beyond doubt, interposed someone, but not to be compared with a certain individual whom we all know, with the exception of this strange gentleman. I mean the man who took himself for a bottle of champagne, and always went off with a pop and a fizz in this fashion. He was speaking very rudely, as I thought, put his right thumb in his left cheek, withdrew it with a sound resembling the popping of a cork, and then, by a dexterous movement of the tongue upon the teeth, created a sharp hissing and fizzing which lasted for several minutes in imitation of the frothing of champagne. This behaviour, I saw plainly, was not very pleasing to Monsieur Maynard, but that gentleman said nothing, and the conversation was resumed by a very lean little man in a big wig. And then there was an ignoramus, said he, who mistook himself for a frog, which, by the way, he resembled to no little degree. I wish you could have seen him, sir. Here the speaker addressed myself. It would have done your heart good to see the natural airs that he put on. Sir, if that man was not a frog, I can only observe that it is a pity he was not. His croak thus, was the finest note in the world, B flat, and when he put his elbows upon the table thus, after taking a glass or two of wine, and distended his mouth thus, and rolled up his eyes thus, and winked them with excessive rapidity thus, why then, sir, I take it upon myself to say positively that you would have been lost in admiration of the genius of the man. I have no doubt of it, I said. And then, said somebody else, then there was Petit Gaillard, who thought himself a pinch of snuff, and was truly distressed because he could not take himself between his own finger and thumb. And then there was Jules de Luzier, who was a very singular genius indeed, and went mad with the idea that he was a pumpkin. He persecuted the cook to make him into pies, a thing which the cook indignantly refused to do. For my part, I am by no means sure that a pumpkin pie à la Désolée would not have been very capital indeed. You astonish me, I said, and I looked inquisitively at Monsieur Maynard. Ha ha ha, said that gentleman. Very good indeed, very good indeed. You must not be astonished, mon ami. Our friend here is a wit, a droll. You must not understand him to the letter. And then, said some other of the party, then there was Buffon le Grand, another extraordinary personage in his way. He grew deranged through love and fancied himself possessed of two heads. One of these he maintained to be the head of Cicero, the other he imagined a composite one, being Demosthenes from the top of the forehead to the mouth, and Lord Bronze from the mouth to the chin. It is not impossible that he was wrong, but he would have convinced you of his being in the right, for he was a man of great eloquence. He had an absolute passion for oratory and could not refrain from display. For example, He used to leap upon the dinner table thus, and here a friend at the side of the speaker put a hand upon his shoulder and whispered a few words into his ear, upon which he ceased to talk with great suddenness and sank back within his chair. And then, said the friend who had whispered, there was Boulard, the teetotum. I call him the teetotum because, in fact, he was seized with the droll, but not altogether irrational crochet, that he had been converted into a teetotum. You would have roared with laughter to see him spin. He would turn round upon one heel by the hour in this manner so. Here, the friend whom he had just interrupted by a whisper performed an exactly similar office for himself. But then, cried an old lady at the top of her voice, your Monsieur Bois was a madman, and a very silly madman at best, for who, allow me to ask you, ever heard of a human teetotum? The thing is absurd. Madame Joyeuse was a more sociable person, a more sensible person, as you know. She had a crotchet, but it was an instinct with common sense and gave pleasure to all who had the honour of her acquaintance. She found, upon mature deliberation, that by some accident she had been turned into a chicken cock. But as such, she behaved with propriety. She flapped her wings with prodigious effect, so, and as for her crow, it was delicious. Cock-a-doodle-doo! 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 Madame Joyce, I will thank you to behave yourself. Here interrupted our host, quite angry. You can either conduct yourself as a lady should do, or you can quit the table forthwith. Take your choice. The lady, whom I was much astonished to hear addressed as Madame Joyeuse, after the descriptions of Madame de Joyeuse that she had just given, blushed up to the eyebrows and seemed exceedingly abashed at the reproof. She hung down her head and said not a syllable in reply. But another and younger lady resumed the theme. It was my beautiful girl of the little parlour. Oh, Madame Joyeuse was a fool, she exclaimed. But there was really much sound sense after all in the opinion of Eugénie Saulsafette. She was a very beautiful and painfully modest young lady who thought the ordinary mode of habillement indecent and wished to dress herself always by getting outside instead of inside of her clothes. It is a thing very easily done, after all. You only have to do so, and then so, and then so, and mon Dieu! Mademoiselle Sassafette! Here cried a dozen voices at once. What are you about? Forbear, that is sufficient. We see very plainly how it is done. Hold, hold! And several persons were already leaping from their seats to withhold Madame Sassafette from putting herself upon a par with the Medicean Venus, when the point was very effectually suddenly accomplished by a series of loud screams or yells from the portion of the main body of the chateau. My nerves were very much affected indeed by these yells, but the rest of the company I really pitied. I never saw any set of reasonable people so thoroughly frightened in my life. They all grew as pale as so many corpses, and shrinking within their seats, sat quivering and gibbering with terror and listening for a repetition sound. It came again, louder and seemingly nearer, and then a third time, very loud, and then a fourth time with a vigour evidently diminished. And this apparent dying away of the noise, the spirits of the company were immediately regained, and all was life and anecdote as before. I now ventured to inquire as to the cause of the disturbance. A mere bagatelle, said Monsieur Mayor. We are used to these things and care really very little about them. The lunatics every now and again get up and howl in concert, one starting another, as is sometimes the case with a bevy of dogs at night. It occasionally happens, however, that the concerto yells are succeeded by a simultaneous effort at breaking loose, when, of course, some little danger is to be apprehended. And how many have you in charge? At present, we have not more than 10 altogether. Principally females, I presume. Oh no, every one of them men, and stout fellows too, I can tell you. Indeed, I've always understood that the majority of lunatics were of the gentler sex. It is generally so, but not always. Some time ago, there were about 27 patients here, and of that number, no less than 18 were women. But lately, matters have changed very much, as you see. Yes, have changed very much, as you see, here interrupted the gentleman who had broken the shins of Mademoiselle Laplace. Yes, have changed very much, as you see, chimed in the whole company at once. Hold your tongues, every one of you, said my host in a great rage, whereupon the whole company maintained a dead silence for nearly a minute. As for one lady, she obeyed Monsieur Maillard to the letter, and thrusting out her tongue, which was an excessively long one, held it very resignedly with both hands until the end of the entertainment. And this gentlewoman, said I to Monsieur Maillard, bending over and addressing him in a whisper, this good lady who has just spoken and who gives us the cock-a-doodle-dee-doo, she, I presume, is harmless? Quite harmless, eh? Harmless, ejaculated he in unfeigned surprise. Why, what can you mean? Only slightly touched, I said, touching my head. I take it for granted that she is not dangerously affected, eh? Mon Dieu, what is it you imagine? This lady, my particular old friend, Madame Joyeuse, is as absolutely sane as myself. She has her little eccentricities, to be sure, but then, you know, all very old women, are more or less eccentric. To be sure, and then the rest of these ladies and gentlemen are my friends and keepers, interrupted Monsieur Maillard, drawing himself up with hauteur. My very good friends and assistants. What, all of them? I asked. The women and all? Assuredly, he said. We could not do it all without the women. They are the best lunatic nurses in the world. They have a way of their own, you know. Their bright eyes have a marvellous effect, something like the fascination of the snake, you know. To be sure, said I. To be sure. They behave a little odd, eh? They're a little queer, eh? Don't you think so? Odd? Queer? Why, do you really think so? We are not very prudish, to be sure, here in the south. Do pretty much as we please, enjoy life and all that sort of thing, you know. To be sure, I said. To be sure. And then perhaps this Claude de Bugeaud is a little heady, you know, a little strong, you understand, eh? To be sure, said I. To be sure. By the by, monsieur, did I understand you to say that the system you've adopted in place of the celebrated soothing system was one of very rigorous severity? Oh, by no means. Our confinement is necessarily close, but the medical treatment, I mean, is rather agreeable to the patients. And the new system is one of your invention. Not altogether. Some portions of it are referable to Professor Tarr, of whom you have necessarily heard. And again, there are modifications in my plan which I am happy to acknowledge as belonging of right to the celebrated Feather, with whom, if I mistake not, you have the honour of an intimate acquaintance. I am quite ashamed to confess, I replied, that I have never even heard of the names of either gentleman before. Good heavens! Ejaculated my host, drawing back his chair abruptly and opening his hands. Surely I do not hear you aright. You did not intend to say, that you have never heard either of the learned Dr. Tarr or the celebrated Professor Ferrer. I am forced to acknowledge my ignorance, I replied, but the truth should be held inviolate above all things. Nevertheless, I feel humbled to the dust not to be acquainted with the works of these, no doubt, extraordinary men. I will seek out their writings forthwith and peruse them with deliberate care. Monsieur Mayor, you have really, I must confess it, you have really made me ashamed of myself. And this was the fact. Say no more, my good friend, he said kindly, pressing my hand. Join me now in a glass of sauterne. We drank. The company followed their example without stint. They chatted, they jested, they laughed, they perpetrated 1,000 absurdities. The fiddles shrieked, the drum rowed, the trombones bellowed like so many brazen bulls of Phalaris, and the whole scene, growing gradually worse and worse as the wines gained the ascendancy, became at length a sort of pandemonium in petto. In the meantime, Monsieur Maillard and myself, with some bottles of Sauterne and our Bourgueil between us, continued our conversation at the top of the voice. A word spoken in an ordinary key stood no more chance of being heard than the voice of a fish from the bottom of Niagara Falls. And sir, said I, screaming in his ear, you mentioned something before dinner about the danger incurred in the old system of soothing. How is that? Yes, he replied, there was occasionally a very great danger indeed. There is no accounting for the caprices of madmen, and in my opinion, as well as that of Dr. Tarr and Professor Ferrer, it is never safe to permit them to run at large unattended. A lunatic may be soothed, as it is called, for a time, but in the end, he is very apt to become obstreperous. Too is proverbial and great. If he has a project in view, he conceals his design with a marvellous wisdom, and the dexterity with which he counterfeits sanity presents to the metaphysician one of the most singular problems in the study of the mind. When a madman appears thoroughly sane, indeed, it is high time to put him in a straitjacket. But the danger, my dear sir, of which you were speaking in your own experience during your control of this house, have you had practical reason to think liberty hazardous in the case of the lunatic? Here, in my own experience, I may say yes. For example, no very long while ago, a singular circumstance occurred in this very house. The soothing system, as you know, was then in operation, and the patients were at large. They behaved remarkably well, especially so anyone of sense might have known that some devilish scheme was brewing from that particular fact, that the fellows behaved so remarkably well. And sure enough, one fine morning, the keepers found themselves pinioned, hand and foot, and thrown into the cells where they were attended as if they were the lunatics by the lunatics who had usurped the offices of the keepers. You don't tell me so. I never heard of anything so absurd in my life. Fact, it all came to pass by means of a stupid fellow, a lunatic who, by some means, had taken it into his head that he had invented a better system of government than any ever heard before. Of lunatic government, I mean. He wished to give his invention a trial, I suppose, and so he persuaded the rest of the patients to join him in a conspiracy for the overthrow of the reigning powers. And he really succeeded. No doubt of it. The keepers were kept and were soon made to exchange places. Not that exactly either, for the madman had been free, but the keepers were shut up in cells forthwith and treated, I'm sorry to say, in a very cavalier manner. But I assume a counter-revolution was soon effected. This condition of things could not have long existed. The country people of the neighbourhood, visitors coming to the establishment, would have given the alarm. There you were out. The head rebel was too cunning for that. He admitted no visitors at all, with the exception one day of a very stupid-looking young gentleman of whom he had no reason to be afraid. He let him in to see the place, just by way of variety, to have a little fun with him. As soon as he had gammoned him sufficiently, he let him out and sent him about his business. And how long did the madman reign? Oh, a very long time indeed. A month, certainly. How much longer, I can't precisely say. In the meantime, the lunatics had a jolly season of it. That you may swear. They doffed their own shabby clothes and made free with the family wardrobe and jewels. The cellars of the chateau were well stocked with wine, and these madmen are just devils that know how to drink it. They lived well, I can tell you. And the treatment? What was the particular species of treatment which the leader of the rebels put into operation? Why, as for that, a madman is not necessarily a fool, as I have already observed, and it is my honest opinion that his treatment was a much better treatment than that which it superseded. It was a very capital system indeed. Simple, neat, no trouble at all. In fact, it was delicious. It was... Here, my host's observations were cut short by another series of yells, of the same character as those which had previously disconcerted us. This time, however, they seemed to proceed from persons rapidly approaching. Gracious heavens, I ejaculated, these lunatics have most undoubtedly broken loose. I very much fear it is so, replied Monsieur Léard, now becoming excessively pale. He had scarcely finished the sentence before loud shouts and imprecations were heard beneath the windows, and immediately afterward it became evident that some persons outside were endeavouring to gain entrance to the room. The door was beaten with what appeared to be a sledgehammer, and the shutters were wrenched and shaken with prodigious violence. A scene of the most terrible confusion ensued. Monsieur Maillard, to my excessive astonishment, threw himself under the sideboard. I had expected more resolution at his hands. The members of the orchestra, who for the last 15 minutes had been seemingly too much intoxicated to do duty, now sprang all at once to their feet and to their instruments, and scrambling upon their table, broke out with one accord into Yankee Doodle, which they performed, if not exactly in tune, at least with an energy superhuman, during the whole of the uproar. Meantime, upon the main dining table, among the bottles and glasses, leaped the gentleman who, with such difficulty, had been restrained from leaping there before. As soon as he fairly settled himself, he commenced an oration, which no doubt was a very capital one, if it could only have been heard. At the same moment, the man with the teetotum predilection set himself to spinning around the apartment with immense energy, and with arms outstretched at right angles with his body, so that he had all the air of a teetotum in fact, and knocked everybody down that happened to get in his way. And now, too, hearing an incredible popping and fizzing of champagne, I discovered at length that it proceeded from the person who performed the bottle of that delicate drink during dinner. And then again, the frogman croaked away as if the salvation of his soul depended upon every note that he uttered. And in the midst of all this, the continuous braying of a donkey arose over all. As for my old friend Madame Joyeuse, I really could have wept for the poor lady. She appeared so terribly perplexed. All she did, however, was to stand in a corner by the fireplace and sing out incessantly at the top of her voice, "Cock-a-doodle-dee-doo!" And now came the climax, the catastrophe of the drama. As no resistance beyond whooping and yelling and cock-a-doodling was offered to the encroachments of the party without, the 10 windows were very speedily and almost simultaneously broken in. But I shall never forget the emotions of wonder and horror with which I gazed, when leaping through these windows and down among us pell-mell, fighting, stamping, scratching and howling, there rushed a perfect army of what I took to be chimpanzees, orangutans, or big black baboons of the Cape of Good Hope, I received a terrible beating, after which I rolled under a sofa and lay still. After lying there some 15 minutes, however, during which time I listened with all my ears to what was going on in the room, I came to some satisfactory denouement of this tragedy. Monsieur Maillard, it appeared, in giving me the account of the lunatics who had excited his fellows to rebellion, had been merely relating his own exploits. The gentleman had indeed, some 2 or 3 years before, been the superintendent of the establishment, but grew crazy himself, and so became a patient. This fact was unknown to the travelling companion who had introduced me. The keepers, 10 in number, having been suddenly overpowered, were first well tarred, then carefully feathered, and then shut up in underground cells. They had been so imprisoned for more than a month, during which period Monsieur Maillard had generously allowed them not only the tar and feathers, which constituted his system, but some bread and an abundance of water. The latter was pumped on them daily. At length, one escaping through the sewer gave freedom to all the rest. The soothing system, with important modifications, has been resumed at the chateau. Yet I cannot help agreeing with Monsieur Maillard that his own treatment was a very capital one of its kind. As he justly observed, it was simple, neat, and gave no trouble at all, not the least. I have only to add that although I have searched every library in Europe for the works of Dr. Tarr and Professor Feather, I have, up to the present day, utterly failed in my endeavours to produce a copy.
Thank you. That's great. So easy. Goes back in place. Now going to continue with Berenice. Misery is manifold. The wretchedness of earth is multiform. Overreaching the wide horizon as a rainbow, its hues are as various as the hues of that arch, as distinct too, yet as intimately blended. Overreaching the wide horizon as a rainbow. How is it that from beauty I have derived a type of unloveliness? From the covenant of peace, a simile of sorrow. But as in ethics, evil is a consequence of good. So in fact, out of joy, is sorrow born. Either the memory of past bliss or the anguish of today, or the agonies which are, have been the origin in the ecstasies which might have been. My baptismal name is Aegeus. That of my family I will not mention. Yet there are no towers in the land more time-honoured than my gloomy, grey, hereditary halls. Our line has been called the race of visionaries, and in many striking particulars, in the character of the family mansion, in the frescoes of the chief saloon, in the tapestries of dormitories, in the chiselling of some buttresses in the armoury, but more especially in the gallery of antique paintings, in the fashion of the library chamber, and lastly, in the very peculiar nature of the library's contents, there is more than sufficient evidence to warrant belief. The recollections of my earliest years are connected with that chamber and with its volumes, of which latter I will see no more. Here died my mother. Herein I was born. But it is mere idleness to say that I had not lived before, that the soul has no previous existence. You deny it? Let us not argue the matter. Convince myself I seek not to convince. There is, however, a remembrance of aerial forms, spiritual and meaning eyes, of sounds, musical yet sad, a remembrance which will not be excluded, a memory like shadow vague, variable, indefinite, and steady, and like a shadow too, in the impossibility of my getting rid of it while the sunlight of my reason shall exist. In that chamber I was born, thus awakening from the long night of what seemed but was not non-entity, at once into the very regions of fairyland, into a place of imagination, into the wild dominions of monastic thought and erudition. It is not singular that I gazed around me with a startled and ardent eye, that I loitered away my boyhood in books, and dissipated my youth in reverie. But it is singular that as years rolled away and the moon of manhood found me, still in the mansion of my fathers. It is wonderful what stagnation there fell upon the springs of my life. Wonderful how total an inversion took place in the character of my commonest thought. The realities of the world affected me as visions, and as visions only, while the wild ideas of the land of dreams became in turn not the material in my everyday existence, but in the very deed that existence utterly ensouled itself. Berenice and I were cousins, and we grew up together in my paternal halls, yet differently we grew. I ill of health and buried in gloom, she agile and graceful and overflowing with energy. Hers the ramble on the hillside, mine the studies of the cloister. I living within my own heart and addicted body and soul to the most intense and painful meditation, she roaming carelessly through life with no thought of the shadows in her path or the silent flight of the raving winged hours. Berenice. Call upon her name, Berenice. And from the grey ruins of memory, 1,000 tumultuous recollections are startled at the sound. Vividly as it remains before me now, as in the early days of her light-heartedness and joy. Oh, gorgeous yet fantastic beauty. Oh, sylph amid the shrubberies of Anheim. Oh, naiad amongst its fountains and men, then always mystery and terror. And a tale which should not be told. Disease, a fatal disease, fell like the simoon upon her frame, and even when I gazed upon her, the spirit of change swept over her, pervading her mind, her habits, and her character, and in a manner the most subtle and terrible, disturbing even the identity of her person. Alas, the destroyer came and went, and the victim, where is she? And you are not, or you are no longer as Berenice. Among the numerous strains of maladies induced by that fatal and primary one, which effected a revolution of so horrible a kind in the moral and physical being of my cousin, may be mentioned as the most distressing and obstinate in its nature, a species of epilepsy, not unfrequently terminated in trance itself, trance very nearly resembling positive dissolution, and for which a manner of recovery was in most instances startling and abrupt. In the meantime, my own disease, for I have been told that I should call it by no other appellation, my own disease then grew rapidly upon me, and assumed finally a monomaniac character of a novel and extraordinary form, however, and momently gaining vigour and at length attaining to the most incomprehensible ascendancy. This monomania, if I must so term it, consisted in a morbid irritability of those properties in the mind, in metaphysical science termed the attentive. It is more probable that I am not understood, but I fear indeed that it is in no manner possible to convey them to the mind of the mere general reader an adequate idea of the nervous intensity of interest with which, in my case, the powers of meditation, not to speak technical, busied and buried themselves in the contemplation of even the most ordinary objects of the universe. Excuse me. To muse for long, unwearied hours when my attentions are riveted to some frivolous device in the margin, or in the photography of a book, to become absorbed for the better part of a summer's day, in a quaint shadow falling aslant upon the tapestry or upon the floor, to lose myself for an entire night in watching the steady flame of a lamp, or the embers of a fire, to dream away whole days over the perfume of a flower, to repeat monotonously some common word, until the sound, by dint of frequent repetition, ceased to convey any idea of forever to the mind. To lose all sense of motion or physical existence by means of absolute bodily quiescence, long and obstinately persevered in, Such were a few of the most common and least pernicious vagaries induced by a condition of the mental faculties, not indeed altogether unparalleled, but certainly within defiance to anything like analysis or explanation. Excuse me again. Yet let me not be misapprehended. The undue, earnest, and morbid attention excited by objects of in their own nature frivolous must not be confounded in character with that ruminating propensity common to all mankind, and more especially indulged in by persons of ardent imagination. It was not even, as might be first supposed, an extreme condition of exaggeration of such propensity, but primarily and essentially distinct and different. In the one instance, the dreamer enthusiast, being interested by an object usually not frivolous, perceptibly loses sight of this object in a wilderness of deductions and suggestions issuing therefrom, until at the conclusion of a daydream, often replete with luxury, he finds the incitement term, the first cause of his musings, entirely vanished and forgotten. In my case, the primary object was invariably frivolous, although assuming, through the medium of my distempered vision, a refracted and unreal importance. Few deductions, if any, were made, and those few pertinaciously to turn in upon the original object as a centre. The meditations were never pleasurable, and at the termination of the reverie, the first cause, so far as being out of sight, had attained that supernaturally exaggerated interest which was the prevailing feature of the disease. In a word, the powers of the mind more particularly exercised were, with me, as I have said before, the attentive and are with the daydreamer, speculative. My books at this epoch, if they did not actually serve to irritate the disorder, partook, it will be perceived, largely in their imaginative and inconsequential nature, of the characteristic qualities of the disorder itself. I well remember, among others, the treatise of the noble Italian Quilius Secundus Curio, De Amplitude Pete Regni Dei, St. Augustine's great work, The City of God, and Tertullian's De Carne Christi, in which the paradoxical sentence, Mortus e Deus filius credible est pia ineptum est, et sepultus resurrectet septum est qui impossible est, occupied my undivided attention for many weeks of laborious and fruitless investigation. Thus it will appear that, shaking from its balance only by trivial things, my reason bore resemblance to that ocean crag spoken of by Ptolemy of Hastion, which, steadily resisting the attacks of human violence and the fearsome fury of the waters and the winds, trembled only to the touch of the flower called asphodel. And although to a careless thinking it might appear a matter beyond doubt that the alteration produced by an unhappy malady in the moral condition of Berenice would afford me many objects for the exercise of that intense and abnormal meditation, whose nature I have been at some trouble explaining, yet such was not in any degree the case. In the lucid intervals of my infirmity, a calamity indeed gave me pain, and taking deeply to heart that total wreck of fair and gentle life, I did not fail to ponder, frequently and bitterly, upon the wonder-working means by which so strange a revolution had been so suddenly brought to pass. But these reflections partook not of the idiosyncrasy of my disease, and were such as would have occurred under similar circumstances to the ordinary mass of mankind. True to its own character, my disorder revelled in the less important but more startling changes wrought in the physical frame of Berenice, in the singular and most appalling distortion of her personal identity. During the brightest days of her unparalleled beauty, most surely I had never loved her. In the strange anomaly of my existence, feelings with me had never been of the heart, and my passions were always of the mind. Through the grey of the early morning, among the trellised shadows of the forest at noonday, and in the silence of my library at night, she had flitted by my eyes, and I had seen her, not as the living and breathing Berenice, but as the Berenice of a dream, not as a being of the earth, but in the abstraction of such a being, not such a thing to admire, but to analyse, not as an object of love, but as the theme of the most abstruse, although desultory speculation. And now, Now I shuddered in her presence, and grew pale at her approach, bitterly lamenting her fallen and desolate condition. I called to mind that she had loved me long, and in an evil moment I spoke to her of marriage. And at length the period of our nuptials were approaching when, upon an afternoon in the winter of the year, one of those unseasonably warm, calm and misty days which have a rust of the beautiful halcyon, sat as I thought alone in the inner apartment of the library. I thought lifting my hands, I saw the Berenice stood before me. Was it my own excited imagination, or the misty influence of the atmosphere, of the uncertain twilight of the chamber, or the grey draperies which fell around her figure that caused it so fascinating and distinct an enigma? I could not tell. No word, and I, not for words could I, but for any syllable. An icy chill ran through my frame. A sense of insufferable anxiety oppressed me. A consuming curiosity pervaded my soul. And sinking back upon the chair, I remained for some time breathless and motionless, with my eyes riveted upon her person. Alas, its emaciation was excessive, and not one vestige of the former being locked in any single line of contour. My burning glances at length fell upon the face. The forehead was high, pale, and singularly placid, and the once jetty hair fell partially over and overshadowed the hollow temples with innumerable ringlets, now of a vivid yellow, and jarring discordantly in their fantastic character with a really melancholy like countenance. The eyes were lifeless, lustreless, and seemingly pupilless, and I shrank involuntarily from their glassy stare to the contemplation of the thin and shrunken lips. They parted, and with a smile of peculiar meaning, the teeth of the changed Berenice disclosed themselves slowly to my view. Would to God I had never beheld them, or that having done so I had died. The shutting of the door disturbed me, and looking up I found that my cousin had departed in the chamber. But from the disordered chamber of my brain had not alas departed, and would not be driven away with the white and ghastly spectrum of the teeth. Not a speck on their surface, not a shade in their enamel, not an indenture in their edges. But what that period of her smile had sufficed to brand in upon my memory, I saw them now even more unequivocally than I had beheld them then. Teeth. Teeth. They were here and there and everywhere, and visibly and palpably before me, long, narrow, and excessively white, with the pale lips writhing about them, as in the very moment of their first terrible development. Then came the full fury of my monomania, and I struggled in vain against its strange and irresistible influence. In the multiplied objects of the external world, I have no thoughts but for the teeth. For these I longed with a frenzied desire. All other matters and all other different interests became absorbed in their single contemplation. They alone were present to the mental eye, and they in their sole individuality became the essence of my mental life. I held them in every light. I turned them in every attitude. I surveyed their characteristics. I dwelt upon their peculiarity. I pondered upon their confirmation. I mused upon the alterations of nature. I shuddered as I assigned to them in imagination a sensitive and sentient power, and even when assisted by the lips, a capability of moral expression. Of Mademoiselle Salad has been said que tout ce pas quelqu'un de simplement, and of Berenice I most seriously believe que tout ça est seulement the idea, the ideas. Here was the idiotic thought that destroyed me, the ideas. Therefore it was that I coveted them so madly. I felt that in their possession could restore me to peace and give me back to reason. And the evening closed in upon me thus, and then the darkness came and tarried and went, and the day again dawned, and the mists of a second night were now gathering around, and still I sat buried in meditation, and still the phantasma of the teeth maintained its terrible ascendancy, as with the most vivid hideousness, distinctiveness, It floated about the chamber, changing lights and shadows of the chamber. At length, there broke in upon my dreams a cry of horror and dismay. And thereunto, after a pause, succeeded the sound of troubled voices, intermingled with many low moanings of sorrow or of pain. I rose from my seat and threw open one of the doors of the library, so standing in the antechamber, a servant lady, all in tears, who told me that Berenice was... She had been seized with epilepsy in the early morning, and now, at the closing of the night, the grave was ready for its tenant, and all the preparations for the burial were complete. I found myself sitting there alone. It seemed that I had newly awakened from a confused and exciting dream. I knew that it was now midnight, and I was well aware that since the setting of the sun, Berenice had been interred. But of that dreary period which intervened, I had no positive, at least no definitive comprehension. Yet its memory was replete with horror. Horror more horrible from being vague, and terror more terrible from ambiguity. It was a fearful page in the record of my existence, written all over with dim and hideous and unintelligible recollections. I strive to decipher them, but in vain, for ever and anon, that the spirit of a departed voice, the shrill and piercing shriek of a female voice, seemed to be ringing in my ears. I had done indeed. What was it? I asked myself the question again, and the whispering echoes of the chamber answered me. What was it? On the table beside me burned a lamp, near the empty box. There was a no remarkable card, and I'd seen it frequently before, for it was the property of the family physician. But how came it there upon my table, and why did I shudder in regarding it? These things were in no manner to be accounted for, and my eyes at length dropped to the open pages of a book, and to a sentence underscored therein. The words were singular but simple ones of the poet Ibn Zayat. Despite me sodales de sepulcrum, mihi visitaram curis meas aliqueneria fore levatas. Why then is it pursued into the hair of my head, erect itself an end, and the blood of my veins become congealed within my veins? There came a light tap at the library door, and pale as the tenant of a tomb, and Miriam entered upon the terrace. His looks were wild with terror, and he spoke to me with a voice tremulous, husky, and very low. What he said, some broken sentences I heard, he told of a wild cry, disturbing the silence of the night, of the gathering together of the household, of a such in the direction of the sound, and then his tones grew thrilling and distinct, as he whispered in the ear of my everything praise, of a disfigured body enshrouded, yet still breathing, still palpitating, still alive. He pointed to garments that were muddy, coated with gore. I spoke not, and he took me gently by the hand. It was indented for the impress of human nails. He directed my attention to some object against the wall, and I looked at it for some minutes. It was a spoon. With a shriek, I bounced to the table and grasped the box that lay upon it, but I could not force it open, and in my tremor, it slipped from my hands and fell heavily and burst into pieces, and from it, with a rattling sound, there rolled out some instruments of dental surgery, intermingling with 32 small, white and ivory-looking substances that were scattered to and fro about the floor.
Nothing. He's finished. Neil, thank you.
What did you just read?
Thanks.
Ah,
Thank you, Carol.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Carol Anders, and I'm going to be the businessman. I am a businessman. I am a methodical man. Method is the thing, after all. But there are no people I more heartily despise than your eccentric fools who prate about method without understanding it, attending strictly to its letter and violating its spirit. These fellows are always doing the most out-of-the-way things in what they call an orderly manner. Now here, I can see, is a positive paradox. True method appertains to the ordinary and the obvious alone and cannot be applied to the outre. What definite idea can a body attach to such expressions as methodical jack-o'-dandy or a systematical will-o'-the-wisp? My notions upon this head might not have been so clear as they are, but for a fortunate accident which happened to me when I was a very little boy. A good-hearted old Irish nurse, whom I shall not forget in my will, took me up one day by the heels when I was making more noise than was necessary, and swinging me round 2 or 3 times, dipped my eyes for a squeaking little scalpeen, and then knocked my head into a cocked hat against the bedpost. This, I say, decided my fate and made my fortune. A bump arose at once on my syncope, and turned out to be as pretty an organ of order as one shall see on a summer's day. Hence that positive appetite for system and regularity which has made me the distinguished man of business that I am. If there is anything on earth I hate, it is a genius. Your geniuses are all arrant asses. The greater the genius, the greater the ass. And to this rule there is no exception whatever. Especially, you cannot make a man of business out of a genius any more than money out of a Jew or the best nutmegs out of pine knots. The creatures are always going off at a tangent into some fantastical employment or ridiculous speculation, entirely at variance with the fitness of things, and having no business whatsoever to be considered as a business at all. Thus, you may tell these characters immediately by the nature of their occupations. If you ever perceive a man setting up as a merchant or a manufacturer, or going into the cotton or tobacco trade, or any of those eccentric pursuits, or getting to be a dry goods dealer, or soap boiler, or physician, or something of that kind, or pretending to be a lawyer or a blacksmith, anything out of the usual way, you may set him down at once as a genius, and then, according to the rule of 3, he's an ass. Now, I am not in any respect a genius, but a regular businessman. My day book and ledger will evince this in a minute. They are well kept, though I say it myself, and in my general habits of accuracy and punctuality, I am not to be beat by a clock. Moreover, my occupations have been always made to chime in with the ordinary habitudes of my fellow men. Not that I feel the least indebted upon this score to my exceedingly weak-minded parents, who, beyond doubt, would have made an arrant genius of me at last, if my guardian angel had not come in good time to the rescue. In biography, the truth is everything, and in autobiography it is especially so. Yet I scarcely hope to be believed when I state, however solemnly, that my poor father put me, when I was about 15 years of age, into the counting house of what he termed a respectable hardware and commission merchant doing a capital bit of business. A capital bit of fiddlestick. However, the consequence of this folly was that in 2 or 3 days I had to be sent home to my button-headed family in a high state of fever and with the most violent and dangerous pain in the syncopate all around about my organ of order. It was nearly a gone case with me then. Just touch and go for 6 weeks, the physicians giving me up and all that sort of thing. But although I suffered much, I was a thankful boy in the main. I was saved from being a respectable hardware and commission merchant doing a capital bit of business. And I felt grateful to the protuberance which had been the means of my salvation, as well as to the kind-hearted female who had originally put these means within my reach. The most of the boys run away from home at 10 or 12 years of age, but I waited till I was 60. I don't know that I should have gone even then if I had not happened to hear my old mother talk about setting me up on my own hook in the grocery way. The grocery way! Only think of that. I resolved to be off forthwith and try and establish myself in some decent occupation without dancing attendance any longer, upon the caprices of these eccentric old people and running the risk of being made a genius in the end. In this project, I succeeded perfectly well at the first effort, and by the time I was fairly 18, found myself doing an extensive and profitable business in the tailor's walking advertisement line. I was enabled to discharge the onerous duties of this profession only by that rigid adherence to system which formed the leading feature of my mind. A scrupulous method characterised my actions as well as my accounts. In my case, it was method, not money, which made the man. At least all of him that was not made by the tailor whom I served. At 9 every morning, I called upon that individual for the clothes of the day. 10 o'clock found me in some fashionable promenade or other place of public amusement. The precise regularity with which I turned my handsome person about, so as to bring successively into view every portion of the suit upon my back, was the admiration of all the knowing men in the trade. Noon never passed without my bringing a customer to the house of my employers, Messrs. Cut and Come Again. I say this proudly, but with tears in my eyes, for the firm proved themselves the basest of ingrates. The little account about which we quarrelled and finally parted cannot, in any term, be thought overcharged by gentlemen really conversant with the nature of the business. Upon this point, however, I feel a degree of proud satisfaction in permitting the reader to judge for himself. My bill ran thus. Messrs. Cut and Come Again, merchant tailors, to Peter Prophet, walking advertiser. July 10th, to promenade as usual, and customer brought home 25 cents. 11th, to promenade as usual, and customer brought home 25 cents. July 12th, to one lie, second class, damaged black cloth sold for invisible green, 25 cents. July 13th, to one lie, first class, extra quality size, recommending millet satinette as broadcloth, 75 cents. July 20, to purchasing brand new paper shirt collar or dicky to set off grey Petersham, 2 cents. August 15th, to wearing double-breasted bobtail frock, thermometer 706 in the shade, 25 cents. August 16th, standing on one leg 3 hours to show off new style strapped pants at 12.5 cents per leg per hour, 37.5 cents. August 17th, to promenade as usual and large customer brought, fat man, 50 cents. August 18th, to promenade as usual and large customer brought, medium size, 25 cents. August 19th, to promenade as usual and large customer brought, small man and bad pay, 6 cents to a total of $2.95.5. The item chiefly disputed in this bill was the very moderate charge of 2 pennies for the dicky. Upon my word of honour, this was not an unreasonable price for that dicky. It was one of the cleanest and prettiest little dickies I ever saw, and I had good reason to believe that it effected the sale of 3 Petershams. The elder partner of the firm, however, would allow me only 1 penny of the charge, and took it upon himself to show in what manner 4 of the same size conveniences could be got out of a sheet of foolscap. But it is needless to say that I stood upon the principle of the thing. Business is business, and should be done in a business way. There was no system whatever in swindling me out of a penny, a clear fraud of 50%. No method in any respect. I left at once the employment of Messrs. Come Again and set up in the eyesore line by myself, one of the most lucrative, respectable and independent of the ordinary occupations. My strict integrity, economy and rigorous business habits here again came into play. I found myself driving a flourishing trade and soon became a marked man upon change. The truth is, I never dabbled in flashy matters, but jogged on in the good old sober routine of the calling. A calling in which I should, no doubt, have remained to the present hour, but for a little accident which happened to me in the prosecution of one of the usual business operations of the profession. Whenever a rich old hunks or prodigal heir or bankrupt corporation gets into the notion of putting up a palace, there is no such thing in the world as stopping either of them. And this every intelligent person knows. The fact in question is indeed the basis of the eyesore trade. As soon, therefore, as a building project is fairly afoot by one of these parties, we merchants secure a nice corner of the lot in contemplation, or a prime little situation just adjoining, or right in front. This done, we wait until the palace is halfway up, and then we pay some tasty architect to run us up an ornamental mud hovel right against it, or a down-east or Dutch pagoda, or a pigsty, or an ingenious little bit of fancy work, either Eskimo, Kickapoo, or Hottentot. Of course, we can't afford to take these structures down under a bonus of 500% upon the prime cost of our lot and plaster, can we? I ask the question. I ask it of businessmen. It would be irrational to suppose that we can, and yet here was a rascally corporation which asked me to do this very thing. This very thing! I did not reply to their absurd proposition, of course, but I felt it a duty to go that same night and lamp black the whole of the palace. For this the unreasonable villains clapped me into jail, and the gentleman of the eyesore trade could not well avoid cutting my connection when I came out. The assault and battery business, into which I was now forced to adventure for a livelihood, was somewhat ill-adapted to the delicate nature of my constitution, but I went to work in it with a good heart and found my account there, as heretofore, in those stern habits of methodical accuracy which had been thumped into me by the delightful old nurse. I would indeed, to the basest of men, not to remember her in my will. By observing, as I say, the strictest system in all my dealings, and keeping a well-regulated set of books, I was enabled to get over many serious difficulties, and in the end, to establish myself very decently in the profession. The truth is that few individuals in any line did a snugger little business than I. I will just copy a page or so out of my daybook, and this will save me the necessity of blowing my own trumpet. A contemptible practice of which no high-minded man will be guilty. Now, the daybook is a thing that don't lie. January 1st, New Year's Day, met Snap in the street. Groggy, men, he'll do. Met Gruff shortly afterwards, blind drunk. Mem, he'll answer true. Entered both gentlemen in my ledger and opened a running account with each. January 2nd, saw Snap at the exchange and went up and trod on his toe, doubled his fist and knocked me down. Good. Got up again. Some trifling difficulty with Bag, my attorney. I want the damages at 1,000, but he says that for so simple a knockdown, we can't lay them at more than 500. Mem, must get rid of Bag. No system at all. January 3rd, went to the theatre to look. Saw him sitting in a side box in the second tier between a fat lady and a lean one. Quizzed the whole party through an opera glass till I saw the fat lady blush and whisper to G. Went round then into the box and put my nose within reach of his hand. Wouldn't pull it, no go. Blew it and tried again, no go. Sat down then and winked at the lean lady when I had the high satisfaction of finding him lift me up by the nape of the neck and fling me over into the pit. Neck dislocated and right leg capitally splintered. Went home in high glee, drank a bottle of champagne and booked the young man for 5,000. Bag says he'll do. February 15th, compromised the case of Mr. Snap. Amount entered in journal, 50 cents, which see. February 16th, cast by that ruffian Gruff, who made me a present of $5. Costs of suit, $4.25. Net profit, see journal, 75 cents. Now here is a clear gain in a very brief period of no less than $1.25. This is in the mere cases of snap and graph, and I solemnly assure the reader that these extracts are taken at random from my daybook. It's an old saying, and a true one, however, that money is nothing in comparison with wealth. I found the exactions of the profession somewhat too much for my delicate state of body, and discovering at last that I was not all out of shape, so that I didn't know very well what to make of the matter, and so that my friends living at me in the street couldn't tell that I was Peter Prophet at all, it occurred to me that the best expedient I could adopt was to alter my line of business. I turned my attention, therefore, to mud dabbling, and continued for some years. The worst of this occupation is that too many people take a fancy to it, and the competition is in consequence excessive. Every ignoramus of a fellow who finds that he hasn't brains in sufficient quantity to make his way as a walking advertiser, or an eyesore prig, or a salt and batter man, thinks, of course, that he'll answer very well as a dabbler of mud. But there never was entertained a more erroneous idea than that it requires no brains to mud dabble. Especially, there is nothing to be made in this way without method. I did only a retail business myself, but my old habits of system carried me swimmingly along. I selected my street crossing in the first place with great deliberation, and I never put down a broom in any part of the town but that. I took care, too, to have a nice little puddle at hand, which I could get at in a minute. By these means, I got to be well known as a man to be trusted, and this is one half of the battle, let me tell you, in trade. Nobody ever failed to pitch me a copper and got over my crossing with a clean pair of pantaloons. And as my business habits in this respect were sufficiently understood, I never met with any attempt at imposition. I wouldn't have put up with it if I had. Never imposing upon anyone myself, I suffered no one to play the possum with me. The frauds of the banks, of course, I couldn't help. Their suspension put me to ruinous inconvenience. These, however, are not individuals, but corporations. And corporations, it is very well known, have neither bodies to be kicked nor souls to be damned. I was making money at this business when, in an even moment, I was induced to merge in the curse factory, a somewhat analogous but by no means so respectable a profession. My location, to be sure, was an excellent one, being central, and I had capital blacking and brushes. My little dog, too, was quite fat and up to all varieties of snuff. He'd been in this trade a long time, and I may say he understood it. Our general routine was this. Pompey, having rolled himself well in the mud, sat upon end at a shop door until he observed a dandy approaching in bright boots. He then proceeded to meet him and gave the Wellingtons a rub or two with his wool. Then the dandy swore very much and looked about for a bootblack. And there was I, full in his view with blacking and brushes. It was only a minute's work, and then came a sixpence. This did moderately well for a time. In fact, I was not avaricious, but my dog was. I allowed him a third of the profit, but he was advised to insist upon half. This I couldn't stand, so we quarrelled and parted. I next tried my hand at organ grinding for a while, and may say that I made out pretty well. It is a plain, straightforward business, and requires no particular abilities. You can get a music mill for a mere song, and to put it in order, you have but to open the works and give them 3 or 4 smart raps with a hammer. It improves the tone of the thing for business purposes more than you can imagine. This done, you have only to stroll along with the mill on your back until you see tanbark in the street and a knocker wrapped up in buckskin. Then you stop and grind, looking as if you meant to stop and grind till doomsday. Presently a window opens and somebody pitches you a sixpence, with a request to hush up and go on, etc. I am sure that some grinders have actually afforded to go on for this sum, but not for my part. I found the necessary outlay of capital too great to permit of my going on under a shilling. At this I did a good deal, but somehow I was not quite satisfied and so finally abandoned it. The truth is, I laboured under the disadvantage of having no monkey, and American streets are so muddy, and a democratic rabble is so obtrusive and so full of diminishing, mischievous little boys. I was now out of employment for some months, but at length succeeded by dint of great interest in procuring a situation in the sham post. The duties here are simple and not altogether unprofitable. For example, very early in the morning, I had to make up my packet of sham letters. Upon the inside of these, I had to scrawl a few lines on any subject which occurred to me as sufficiently mysterious, signing all the epistles Tom Dobson or Bobby Tompkins or anything in that way. Having folded and sealed all and stamped them with sham postmarks, New Orleans, Bengal, Botany Bay, or any other place a great way off, I set out forthwith upon my daily routine as if in a very great hurry. I always called at the big houses to deliver the letters and receive the postage. Nobody hesitates at paying for a letter, especially for a double one. People are such fools. And it was no trouble to get round a corner before there was time to open the epistles. The worst of this profession was that I had to walk so much and so fast and so frequently to vary my route. Besides, I had serious scruples of conscience. I can't bear to hear innocent individuals abused, and the way the whole town took to cursing Tom Dobson and Bobby Tompkins was really awful to hear. I washed my hands of the matter in disgust. My eighth and last speculation has been in the cat growing way. I have found this a most pleasant and lucrative business and really no trouble at all. The country, it is well known, has become infested with cats. So much so of late, there's a petition even for relief. Most numerously and respectably signed, it was brought before the legislature at its late memorable session. The Assembly at this epoch was unusually well informed, and having passed many other wise and wholesome enactments, it crowned all with the Cat Act. In its original form, this law offered a premium for cat heads, 4 pence apiece. But the Senate succeeded in amending the main clause so as to substitute the word tails for heads. This amendment was so obviously proper that the House concurred it, nem con. As soon as the Governor had signed the bill, I invested my whole estate in the purchase of Toms and Tabbies. At first I could only afford to feed them upon mice, which are cheap. But they fulfilled the scriptural injunction at so marvellous a rate that I at length considered it my best policy to be liberal, and so indulged them in oysters and turtle. Their tails, at a legislative price, now bring me in good income, for I have discovered a way in which, by means of Macassar oil, I can force 3 crops in a year. It delights me to find, too, that the animals soon get accustomed to the thing and would rather have the appendage cut off than otherwise. I consider myself, therefore, a made man, and am bargaining for a country seat on the Hudson.
Yay, thank you, Carol. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, and you go, Jeanette. Thank you very much. Thanking you all. There you go, Jeanette. Just introduce yourself and whenever you're ready.
Okay. The purloined letter. Nil sapientiae odiosius acumini nihil, Seneca. At Paris, just after dark, one gusty evening in the autumn of 18, I was enjoying the twofold luxury of meditation and a meerschaum in the company with my friend C. Auguste Dupin. in his little back library or book closet, au troisième. Number 33, Rue Dunot, Faubourg Saint-Germain. For 1 hour at least, they had maintained a profound silence, while each, to any casual observer, might have seemed intently and exclusively occupied with the curling eddies of smoke that oppressed the atmosphere of the chamber. For myself, however, I was mentally discussing certain topics which had formed matter for conversation between us at an earlier period of the evening. I mean, the affair of the Rue Morgue and the mystery attending the murder of Marie Roger. I looked upon it, therefore, as something of a coincidence when the door of our apartment was thrown open and admitted our old acquaintance, Monsieur G, the prefect of the Parisian police. We gave him a hearty welcome, for there was nearly half as much of the entertaining as of the contemptible about the man, and we had not seen him for several years. We had been sitting in the dark, and Dupin now arose for the purpose of lighting a lamp, but sat down again without doing so, upon G's saying that he had called to consult us, or rather to ask the opinion of my friend about some official business which had occasioned a great deal of trouble. If it is any point requiring reflection, observed Dupin, as he forbore to rekindle the wick, we shall examine it to better purpose in the dark. That is another of your odd notions, said the prefect, who had a fashion of calling everything odd that was beyond his comprehension, and thus lived amid an absolute legion of oddities. Very true, said Dupin, as he supplied his visitor with a pipe and rolled towards him a comfortable chair. And what is the difficulty now? I asked. Nothing more in the assassination way, I hope? Oh no, nothing of that nature. The fact is, the business is very simple indeed, and I make no doubt that we can manage it sufficiently well ourselves. But then I thought Dupin would like to hear the details of it because it is so excessively odd. Simple and odd, said Dupin. Why, yes. I'm not exactly that either. The fact is, we have all been a good deal puzzled because the affair is so simple and yet baffles us altogether. Perhaps it is the very simplicity of the thing which puts you at fault, said my friend. What nonsense you do talk, replied the prefect, laughing heartily. Perhaps the mystery is a little too plain, said Dupin. Oh, good heavens, who ever heard of such an idea? A little too self-evident. Roared our visitor, profoundly amused. Oh, Dupin, you will be the death of me yet. And what, after all, is the matter on hand? I asked. Why, I will tell you, replied the prefect, as he gave a long, steady, and contemplative puff and settled himself in his chair. I will tell you in a few words, but before I begin, let me caution you that this is an affair demanding the greatest secrecy, and I should most probably lose the position I hold now were it known that I confided it to anyone. Proceed, said I. Or not, said Dupin. Well then, I have received personal information from a very high quarter that a certain document of the last importance has been purloined from the royal apartments. The individual who purloined it is known. This, beyond a doubt, he was seen to take it. It is known also that it still remains in his possession. How is this known? Asked Dupin. It is clearly inferred, replied the prefect, from the nature of the document and from the non-appearance of certain results which would at once arise from its passing out of the robber's possession. That is to say, from his employing it as he must design in the end to employ it. Be a little more explicit, I said. Well, I may venture so far as to say that the paper gives its holder a certain power in a certain quarter where such power is immensely valuable. The prefect was fond of the cant of diplomacy. Still, I do not quite understand, said Dupin. No? Well, the disclosure of the document to a third person who shall be nameless would bring in question the honour of a personage of most exalted station, and this fact gives the holder of the document an ascendancy over the illustrious personage whose honour and peace are so jeopardized. But this ascendancy, I interposed, would depend upon the robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Who would dare? The thief, said G, is the minister, D, who dares all things, those unbecoming as well as those becoming a man. The method of the theft was not less ingenious than bold. The document in question, a letter to be frank, had been received by the personage robbed while alone in the royal boudoir. During its perusal, she was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of the other exalted personage, from whom especially it was her wish to conceal it. After a hurried and vain endeavour to thrust it in a drawer, she was forced to place it open as it was upon a table. The address, however, was uppermost, and the contents thus unexposed. The letter escaped unnoticed. At this juncture enters the minister D. His lynx eye immediately perceives the paper, recognizes the handwriting of the address, observes the confusion of the personage addressed, and fathoms her secret. After some business transactions, hurried through in his ordinary manner, he produces a letter, somewhat similar to the one in question, opens it, pretends to read it, and then places it in close juxtaposition to the other. Again, he converses for some 15 minutes upon the public affairs. At length, in taking leave, he takes also from the table the letter to which he had no claim. Its rightful owner saw, but of course dared not call attention to the act in the presence of the third personage who stood at her elbow. The minister decamped, leaving his own letter, one of no importance, upon the table. Here then, said Dupin, you have precisely what you want to make the ascendancy complete. The robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Yes, replied the prefect, and the power thus attained has, for some months past, been wielded for political purposes to a very dangerous extent. The personage robbed is more thoroughly convinced every day of the necessity of reclaiming her letter, but this, of course, cannot be done openly. In fine, driven to despair, she has committed the matter to me. Than whom, said Dupin, amid a perfect whirlwind of smoke, no more sagacious agent could, I suppose, be desired or even imagined. You flatter me, replied the prefect, but it is possible that some such opinion may have been entertained. It is clear, said I, as you observe, that the letter is still in possession of the minister, since it is this possession and not any employment of the letter which bestows the power, which the employment, the power departs. True, said G, and upon this conviction I proceeded. My first care was to make thorough search of the minister's hotel, and here my chief embarrassment lay in the necessity of searching without his knowledge. Beyond all things, I have been warned of the danger which would result from giving him reason to suspect our design. But, said I, you are quite au fait in these investigations. The police have done this thing often before. Oh, yes. And for this reason, I did not despair. The habits of the minister gave me to a great advantage. He frequently absent from home all night. His servants are by no means numerous. They sleep at a distance from their master's apartment, and being chiefly Neapolitans, are readily made drunk. I have keys, as you know, with which I can open any chamber or cabinet in Paris. For 3 months a night has not passed, during the greater part of which I have not been engaged personally in ransacking the hotel. My honor is interested, and to mention a great secret, the reward is enormous. So, I did not abandon the search until I had become fully satisfied that the thief is a more astute man than myself. I fancy that I have investigated every nook and corner of the premises in which it is possible that the paper can be concealed. But is it not possible, I suggested, that although the letter may be in possession of the minister, as it unquestionably is, he may have concealed it elsewhere than upon his own premises? This is barely possible, said Dupin. The present peculiar condition of affairs at court, and especially of those intrigues in which D is known to be involved, would render the instant availability of the document, its susceptibility of being produced at a moment's notice, a point of nearly equal importance with its possession.
its susceptibility of being produced, said I. That is to say, of being destroyed, said Dupin. True, I observed. The paper is clearly then upon the premises. As for its being upon the person of the minister, we may consider that as out of the question. Entirely, said the prefect. He has been twice waylaid as if by footpads, and his person rigorously searched upon my own inspection. You might have spared yourself this trouble, said Dupin. D, I presume, was not altogether a fool, and if not, must have anticipated these waylayings as a matter of course. Not altogether a fool, said G, but then he's a poet, which I take to be only one remove from a fool. True, said Dupin, after a long and thoughtful whiff from his meerschaum, although I have been guilty of certain doggerel myself. Suppose you detail, said I, the particulars of your search. Why, the fact is we took our time and we searched everywhere. I have had long experience in these affairs. I took the entire building, room by room, devoting the nights of a whole week to each. We examined first the furniture of each apartment. We opened every possible drawer, and I presume you know that to a proper trained police agent, such a thing as a secret drawer is impossible. Any man is a dolt who permits a secret drawer to escape him in a search of this kind. The thing is so plain that there's a certain amount of bulk of space to be accounted for in every cabinet. Then we have accurate rules. The 50th part of a line could not escape us. And after the cabinets we took the chairs, the cushions we probed with fine long needles you've seen me employ, and from the tables we removed the tops. Why so? Sometimes the top of a table or other similar arranged piece of furniture is removed by the person wishing to conceal an article. Then the leg is excavated, the article deposited within the cavity, and the top replaced. The bottoms and tops of bedposts are employed the same way. But could not the cavity be detected by sounding, I asked? By no means. If when the article is deposited, a sufficient wadding of cotton be placed around it. Besides, in our case, we were obliged to proceed without noise. But you could not have removed, you could not have taken to pieces all articles of furniture in which it could have been possible to make a deposit in the manner you mention, unless you may compress into a thin spiral roll, not differing much in shape or bulk from a large knitting needle, and in this form it might be inserted into the rung of a chair, for example. You did not take to pieces all the chairs. Certainly not. But we did better. We examined the rungs of every chair in the hotel, and indeed the jointings of every description of furniture by the aid of a most powerful microscope. Had there been any traces of recent disturbance, we should not have failed to detect it instantly. A single grain of gimlet dust, for example, would have been as obvious as an apple. Any disorder in the gluing, any unusual gaping in the joints would have sufficed to ensure detection. I presume you looked to the mirrors between the boards and the plate, and you probed the beds and the bedclothes as well as the curtains and carpets. That, of course. And when we had absolutely completed every particle of the furniture in this way, then we examined the house itself. We divided its entire surface into compartments which we numbered so that none might be missed. Then we scrutinized each individual square inch throughout the premises, including the two houses immediately adjoining, with the microscope as before. The two houses adjoining, I exclaimed. You must have had a great deal of trouble. We had, but the reward offered is prodigious. You include the grounds about the houses. All the grounds are paved with brick. They gave us comparatively little trouble. We examined the moss between the bricks and found it undisturbed. You looked among these papers, of course, and into the books of the library. Certainly. We opened every package and parcel. We not only opened every book, we turned over every leaf in each volume, not contenting ourselves with a mere shake, according to the fashion of some of our police officers. We also measured the thickness of every book cover with the most accurate measurement and applied to each the most jealous scrutiny of the microscope. Had any of the bindings been recently meddled with, it would have been utterly impossible that the fact should have escaped observation. some 5 or 6 volumes just from the hands of the binder, be carefully probed longitudinally with the needles. You explored the floors beneath the carpets beyond doubt. We removed every carpet and examined the boards with the microscope. And the papers on the walls? Yes. We looked into the cellars? We did. Then I said, you have been making a miscalculation, and the letter is not upon the premises as you suppose. I fear you are right, said the prefect. And now, Dupin, what would you advise me to do? To make a thorough research of the premises. That is absolutely needless, replied G. I am not more sure that I breathe than I am that the letter is not at the hotel. I have no better advice to give you, said Dupin. You have, of course, an accurate description of the letter. Oh, yes. And here the prefect, producing a memorandum book, proceeded to read aloud a minute account of the internal and especially the external appearance of the missing document. Soon after finishing the perusal of this description, he took his departure, more entirely depressed in spirits than I had ever known the good gentleman before. In about a month afterwards, he paid us another visit and found us occupied very nearly as before. He took a pipe and a chair and entered into some ordinary conversation. At length I said, well, but G, what of the purloined letter? I presume you have at last made up your mind that there is no such thing as overreaching the minister. Confound him, say I. Yes, I made the re-examination, however, as Dupin suggested, but it was all labour loss, and I knew it would be. How much was the reward offered, did you say? Asked Dupin. Why, a very great deal, a very liberal reward. I don't like to say how much precisely, but one thing I will say, that I wouldn't mind giving my individual cheque for 50,000 francs to anyone who could obtain me that letter. The fact is, it is becoming of more and more importance every day, and the reward has been lately doubled. If it were trebled, however, I could do no more than I have done. Why, yes, said Dupin, drawlingly, between the whiffs of his meerschaum. I really think, G, you have not exerted yourself to the utmost in this matter. You might do a little more, I think, eh? How? In what way? Why, puff, puff, you might, puff, puff, employ counsel in the matter, eh? Puff, puff, puff. Do you remember the story they tell of Abernethy? No. Hang Abernethy. Oh, to be sure. Hang him and welcome. But once upon a time, a certain rich miser conceived the design of sponging upon this Abernethy for a medical opinion. Getting up for this purpose, in ordinary conversation in a private company, he insinuated his case to the physician as that of an imaginary individual. We will suppose, said the miser, that his symptoms are such and such. Now, doctor, what would you have directed him to take? Take, said Abernethy. Why, take advice, to be sure. But, said the prefect, a little discomposed, I am perfectly willing to take advice and to pay for it. I would really give 50,000 francs to anyone who would aid me in the matter. In that case, replied Dupin, opening a drawer and producing a checkbook, you may as well fill me up a cheque for the amount mentioned. When you've signed it, I will hand you the letter. I was astounded. The prefect appeared absolutely thunderstricken. For some minutes he remained speechless and motionless, looking incredulously at my friend with open mouth and eyes that seemed starting from their sockets. Then, apparently recovering himself in some measure, he seized a pen and after several pauses and vacant stares, finally filled up and signed a cheque for 50,000 francs and handed it across the table to Dupin. The latter examined it carefully and deposited it in his pocketbook. Then, unlocking an escritoire, took thence a letter and gave it to the prefect. This functionary grasped it in a perfect agony of joy, opening it with a trembling hand, cast a rapid glance at its contents, and then, scrambling and struggling to the door, rushed at length unceremoniously from the room and from the house without having uttered a syllable, since Dupin had requested him to fill up the cheque. When he had gone, my friend entered into some explanations. The Parisian police are exceedingly capable in their way. They are persevering, ingenious, cunning, and thoroughly versed in the knowledge that their duties seem chiefly to demand. Thus, when G detailed to us his mode of searching the premises at Hotel B, I felt entire confidence in his having made a satisfactory investigation, so far as his labours extended. So far as his labours extended, said I. Yes, said Dupin. The measures adopted were not only the best of their kind, but carried out to absolute perfection. Had the letter been deposited within the range of their search, these fellows would beyond a question have found it. I nearly laughed. But he seemed quite serious in all that he said. The measures then, he continued, were good in their kind and well executed. Their defect lay in their being inapplicable to the case and to the man. A certain set of highly ingenious resources are with the prefect, a sort of Procrustean bed to which he forcibly adapts his designs, but he perpetually errs by being too deep or too shallow for the matter in hand. And many a schoolboy is a better reasoner than he. I knew one about 8 years of age whose success at guessing in the game of even and odd attracted universal admiration. This game is simple and is played with marbles. One player holds in his hand a number of these toys and demands of another whether that number is even or odd. If the guess is right, the guesser wins one. If wrong, he loses one. The boy to whom I allude won all the marbles of the school. Of course, he had some principles of guessing, and this lay in the mere observation and admeasurement of the astuteness of his opponents. For example, an arrant simpleton is his opponent, and holding up his closed hand asks, are they even or odd? Our schoolboy replies, odd, and loses. But upon the second trial, he wins, for he then says to himself, the simpleton had them even upon the first trial, and his amount of cunning is just sufficient to make him have them odd upon the second. I will therefore guess odd. He guesses odd and wins. Now, with a simpleton, a degree above the first, he would have reasoned thus. This fellow finds that in the first instance I guessed odd, and in the second he will propose to himself upon the first impulse a simple variation from even to odd, as did the first simpleton, but then a second thought will suggest that this is too simple a variation, and finally he will descend upon putting it even as before. I will therefore guess even. He guesses even and wins. Now, this mode of reasoning in the schoolboy, whom his fellows termed lucky, what in its last analysis is it? It is merely, I said, an identification of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent. It is, said Dupin, and upon inquiring of the boy by what means he effected the thorough identification in which his success consisted, I received answers as follows. When I wish to find out how wise or stupid or good or how wicked is anyone, or what are his thoughts at the moment, I fashion the expression of my face as accurately as possible in accordance with the expression of his, and then wait to see what thoughts or sentiments arise in my mind or heart, as if to match or correspond with the expression. This response of the schoolboy lies at the bottom of all the spurious profundity which has been attributed to Rochefoucauld, to La Bougive, to Machiavelli, and to Campanella. And the identification, I said, of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent depends, if I understand you aright, upon the accuracy with which the opponent's intellect is admeasured. For its practical value, it depends upon its reply to time. And the prefect and his cohort fail so frequently, first by default of this identification, and secondly by ill admeasurement, or rather through a non-admeasurement of the intellect with which they are engaged. They consider only their own ideas of ingenuity, and in searching for anything hidden, advert only to the modes in which they would have hidden it. They are right in this much, that their own ingenuity is a faithful representative of that of the mass, that when the cunning of the individual felon is diverse in character from their own, the felon foils them. Of course. This always happens when it is above their own, and very usually when it is below. They have no variation of principle in their investigations. At best, when urged by some unusual emergency, by some extraordinary reward, they extend or exaggerate their old modes of practice without touching their principles. What, for example, in this case of D, has been done to vary the principle of action? Why is all this boring and probing and sounding and scrutinizing with the microscope and dividing the surface of the building into registered square inches? What is it all but an exaggeration of the application of the one principle or set of principles of search, which are based upon the one set of notions regarding human ingenuity to which the prefect, in the long routine of his duty, has been accustomed? Do you not see that he has taken it for granted that all men proceed to conceal a letter, not exactly in a gimlet hole bored in a chair leg, but at least in some out-of-the-way hole or corner suggestive of the same tenors of thought which would urge a man to secrete a letter in a gimlet hole bored in a chair leg? And do you not see also that such recherche nooks for concealment are adapted only for ordinary occasions and no doubt adopted only by ordinary intellects? For in all cases of concealment, a disposal of the article concealed, a disposal of it in this recherche manner is in the very first instance presumable and presumed, and thus its discovery depends not at all upon the acumen, but altogether upon the mere care, patience, and determination of the seekers. And where the cases of importance, or what amounts to the same thing in the political eyes, when the reward is of the magnitude, the qualities in question have never been known to fail. You will now understand what I mean in suggesting that, had the purloined letter been hidden anywhere within the limits of the prefect's examination, in other words, had the principle of its concealment been comprehended within the principles of the prefect, its discovery would have been a matter altogether beyond question. This functionary, however, has been thoroughly mystified. And the remote source of his defeat lies in the supposition that the minister is a fool because he has acquired renown as a poet. All fools are poets. This the prefect feels, and he is merely guilty of a non-distributio medii in thence inferring that all poets are fools. But is this really the poet, I asked? There are two brothers, I know, and both have attained reputation in letters. The minister, I believe, has written it learnedly on the differential calculus. He's a mathematician and no poet. You're mistaken. I know him well. He is both a poet and a mathematician. He would reason well as mere mathematician. He could not have reasoned at all, and thus would have been at the mercy of the prefect. You surprise me, I said, by these opinions, which have been contradicted by the voice of the world. You do not mean to set at naught the well-digested idea of centuries that the mathematical reason has long been regarded as the reason par excellence. Il y a à parier, replied Dupin, quoted from Chamfort, que toute idée publique, toute convention reçue est une sottise, car elle a convenu au plus grand nombre. The mathematicians, I grant you, have done their best to promulgate the popular error to which you allude, and which is nonetheless an error for its promulgation as truth. With an art worthy of better cause, for example, they have insinuated the term analysis into application to algebra. The French are the originators of this particular deception, but if a term is of any importance, if words derive any value from applicability, then analysis conveys algebra about as much as in Latin ambitus implies ambition, religio religion, or homines honesti, a set of honourable men. You have a quarrel on hand, I see, said I, with some of the algebraists of Paris, but proceed. I dispute the availability and thus the value of that reason which is cultivated in any special form other than the abstractly logical. I dispute in particular the reason educed by mathematical study. The mathematics of the science of form and quantity. Mathematical reasoning is merely logic applied to observation upon form and quantity. The great error lies in supposing that even the truths of what is called pure algebra are abstract or general truths, and this error is so egregious that I am confounded at the universality with which it has been received. Mathematical axioms are not axioms of general truth. What is true of the relation of form and quantity is often grossly false in regards to morals. For example, in this latter, science, it is very usually untrue that the aggregated parts are equal to the whole. In chemistry, also the axiom fails. In the consideration of motive, it fails. For two motives, each of a given value, have not necessarily a value when united equal to the sum of their values apart. There are numerous other mathematical truths which are only truths within the limits of relation, but the mathematician argues from his finite truths through habit as if they were of an absolutely general applicability, as the world indeed imagines them to be. Bryant, in his very learned mythology, mentions an analogous source of error when he says that although the pagan fables are not believed, yet we forget ourselves continually amid inferences from them as existing realities. With the algebraists, however, who are pagans themselves, the pagan fables are believed and the inferences are made, not so much through lapse of memory as through an unaccountable addling of the brains. In short, I never yet encountered the mere mathematician who could be trusted out of equal groups, or one who did not clandestinely hold it as a point of his faith that x squared plus px was absolutely and unconditionally equal to q. So, to one of these gentlemen, by way of experiment, if you please, that you believe occasions may occur where x squared plus px is not altogether equal to q, and having made him understand what you mean, get out of his reach as speedily as convenient, for beyond doubt he will endeavour to knock you down. I mean to say, continued Dupont, while I merely laughed at his observations, that if the minister had been no more than a mathematician, the prefect would have been under no necessity of giving me this check. I know him, however, as both mathematician and poet, and my measures were adapted to his capacity with reference to the circumstances by which he was surrounded. I knew him as a courtier too, and as a bold intriguant. Such a man, I considered, could not fail to be aware of the ordinary political modes of action. He could not have failed to anticipate, and events have provided that he did not fail to anticipate, the waylayings to which he was subjected. He must have foreseen, I reflected, the secret investigations of his premises, his frequent absences from home at night, which were hailed by the prefect as certain aids to his success. I regard only as ruses to afford opportunity for thorough search to the police, and thus the sooner to impress them with the conviction to which G, in fact, did finally arrive, the conviction that the letter was not upon the premises. I felt also that the whole train of thought which I was at some pains in detailing to you just now concerning the invariable principle of political actions in searches for articles concealed, I felt that this whole train of thought would necessarily pass through the mind of the minister. It would imperatively lead him to despise all the ordinary nooks of concealment. He could not, I reflected, be so weak as to not see that the most intricate and remote recess of his hotel would be as open as his commonest closets to the eye, to the probes, to the gimlets, and to the microscopes of the prefect. I saw, in fine, that he would be driven as a matter of course to simplicity, if not deliberately induced to it as a matter of choice. You'll remember perhaps how desperately the prefect laughed when I suggested upon our first interview that it was just possible this mystery troubled him so much on account of its being so very self-evident. Oh yes, said I. I remember his merriment well. I really thought he would have fallen into convulsions. The material world, continued Dupont, abounds with very strict analogies to the immaterial, and thus some colour of truth has been given to the rhetorical dogma that metaphor or simile may be made to strengthen an argument as well as to embellish a description. The principle of the v inertiae, for example, seems to be identical in physics and metaphysics. It is not more true in the former that a large body is with more difficulty set in motion than a smaller one, and that its subsequent momentum is commensurate with this difficulty, than it is in the latter that intellects of the vaster capacity, while more forcible, more constant, and more eventful in their movements than those of inferior grade, are yet the less readily moved and more embarrassed and full of hesitation in the first two steps of their progress. Again, have you ever noticed which of the street signs over the shop doors are the most attractive attention. I've never given the matter a thought, I said. There is a game of puzzles he resumed, which is played upon a map. One party playing requires another to find a given word, the name of a town, a river, state, or empire, any word in short, upon the motley and perplexed surface of the chart. A novice in the game generally seeks to embarrass the opponents by giving them the most minutely lettered names, but the adept selects such words as stretch in large characters from one end of the chart to the other. These, like the overly largely lettered signs and placards of the street, escape observation by dint of being excessively obvious. And here, the physical oversight is precisely analogous with the moral inapprehension by which the intellect suffers to pass unnoticed those considerations which are too obtrusively and too palpably self-evident. But this is a point, it appears, somewhat above or beneath the understanding of the prefect. He never once thought it probable or possible that the minister had deposited the letter immediately beneath the nose of the whole world by way of best preventing any portion of that world from perceiving it. But the more I reflected upon the daring, dashing and discriminating ingenuity of Dee, upon the fact that the document must always have been at hand if he intended to use it to good purpose, and upon the decisive evidence obtained by the prefect that it was not hidden within the limits of that dignitary's ordinary search, the more satisfied I became that to conceal this letter, the minister had resorted to the comprehensive and sagacious expedient of not attempting to conceal it at all. Full of these ideas, I prepared myself with a pair of green spectacles and called upon one fine morning, quite by accident, at the ministerial hotel. I found Dee at home, yawning, lounging and dawdling as usual, and pretending to be in the last extremity of ennui. He is perhaps the most really energetic human being now alive, but that is only when nobody sees him. To be even with him, I complained of my weak eyes and lamented the necessity of the spectacles, under cover of which I cautiously and thoroughly surveyed the whole apartment, while seemingly intent only upon the conversation of my host. I paid especial attention to a large writing table near which he sat, and upon which lay confusedly some miscellaneous letters and other papers with one or two musical instruments and a few books. Here, however, after a long and very deliberate scrutiny, I saw nothing to excite particular suspicion. At length, my eyes, in going the circuit of the room, fell upon a trumpery filigree card wrap of pasteboard that hung dangling by a dirty blue ribbon from a little brass knob just beneath the middle of the mantelpiece. In this rack, which had 3 or 4 compartments, were 5 or 6 visiting cards and a solitary letter. This last was much soiled and crumpled. It was torn nearly in 2 across the middle, as if a design in the first instance to tear it entirely up as worthless had been altered or stayed in the second. It had a large black seal bearing the D cipher very conspicuously, and was addressed in a diminutive female hand to D, the minister himself. It was thrust carelessly, and even as it seemed contemptuously, into one of the uppermost divisions of the rack. No sooner had I glanced at this letter than I concluded it had to be that of which I was in search. To be sure, it was, to all appearance, radically different from the one of which the prefect had read us so minute a description. Here, the seal was large and black with the D cipher. There, it was small and red with the ducal arms of the S family. Here, the address of the minister, diminutive and feminine. There, the superscription to a certain royal personage was markedly bold and decided. The size alone formed a point of correspondence. But then, the radicalness of these differences, which was excessive, the dirt, the soiled and torn condition of the paper, so inconsistent with the true methodical habits of Dee, and so suggestive of a design to delude the beholder into an idea of worthlessness of the document, these things, together with the hyper-obtrusive situation of this document, full in the view of every visitor, and thus exactly in accordance with the conclusions to which I had previously arrived, these things, I say, were strongly corroborative of suspicion in one who came with the intention to suspect. I protracted my visit as long as possible, and while I maintained a most animated discussion with the minister upon a topic which I knew well had never failed to interest and excite him, I kept my attention really riveted upon the letter. In this examination, I committed to memory its external appearance and arrangement in the rack, and also fell at length upon a discovery which set at rest with trivial doubts I might have entertained. In scrutinizing the edges of the paper, I observed them to be more chafed than seemed necessary. They presented the broken appearance which was manifested when a stiff paper, having once been folded and pressed with a folder, is refolded in a reverse direction, in the same creases or edges which had formed the original fold. This discovery was sufficient. It was clear to me that the letter had been turned as a glove inside out, redirected and resealed. I bade the minister good morning and took my departure at once, leaving a gold snuff box upon the table. The next morning I called for the snuff box when we resumed quite eagerly the conversation of the preceding day. While thus engaged, however, a loud report as if of a pistol was heard immediately beneath the windows of the hotel and was succeeded by a series of fearful screams and the shoutings of a terrified mob. D rushed to the casement, threw it open and looked out. In the meantime, I stepped to the card rack, took the letter, put it in my pocket, and replaced it by a facsimile, as so far as regards externals, which I had carefully prepared at my lodgings, imitating the D cipher very readily by means of a seal formed of bread. The disturbance in the street had been occasioned by the frantic behaviour of a man with a musket. He had fired it among a crowd of women and children. It proved, however, to have been without ball, and the fellow was suffered to go his way as a lunatic or a drunkard. When he had gone, D came from the window, whither I had followed him immediately upon securing the object in view. Soon afterwards I bade him farewell. The pretended lunatic was a man in my own pay. But what purpose had you, I asked, in replacing the letter by a facsimile? Would it not have been better the first visit to have seized it openly and departed? D, replied Dupin, is a desperate man and a man of nerve. His hotel, too, is not without attendants devoted to his interests. Had I made the wild attempt you suggest, I might never have left the ministerial presence alive. And the fin, si funeste, s'il n'est digne après est digne de tieste. The good people of Paris might have heard of me no more, but I had an object apart from these considerations. You know my political prepossessions. In this matter, I act as a partisan of the lady concerned. For 18 months, the minister has had her in his power. She has now him in hers, since, being unaware that the letter is not in his possession, he will proceed with his exactions as if it was. Thus will he inevitably commit himself at once to his political destruction. His downfall, too, will not be more precipitate than awkward. It will all be very well to talk about the facilis descensus Averni, but in all kinds of climbing, as Catalani said of singing, it is far more easy to get up than to come down. In the present instance, I have no sympathy, at least no pity for him who descends. He is that monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. I confess, however, that I should like very well to know the precise character of his thoughts when being deified by her whom the prefect terms a certain personage. He is reduced to opening the letter which I left for him in the card rack. How? How did you put anything particular in it? Why, it did not seem altogether right to leave the interior blank. That would have been insulting. D at Vienna once did me an evil turn, which I told him quite good-humouredly that I should remember. So, curiosity in regard to the identity of the person who had witted them, I thought it a pity not to give him a clue. He is well acquainted with my MS, and I just copied into the middle of the blank sheet the words "En dessin, si funeste. S'il n'est digne d'attrait, est digne de tieste." They are to be found in Crébillon's Attrait.
The murders in the Rue Morgue. What song the siren sang, or what name did Achilles assume when he hid himself among women? Although puzzling questions are not beyond all conjecture. Sir Thomas Browne, unburied. Mental features discoursed of as the analytical are, in themselves, but little susceptible of analysis. I'll start that again. The mental features discoursed of the analytical are, in themselves, but little susceptible of analysis. We appreciate them in their effects. We know of them, among other things, that they are always to their possessor, when inordinately possessed, a source of the liveliest enjoyment. As the strong man exalts in his physical ability, delighting in such exercises as call his muscles into action, so glories in the analyst in the moral activity which disentangles. He derives pleasure from even the most trivial occupations, bringing his talents into play. He is fond of enigmas, of conundrums, of hieroglyphics, exhibiting in the solutions of each a degree of acumen which appears to the ordinary apprehension preternatural. His results, brought about by the very soul and essence of method, have, in truth, the whole air of intuition. The faculty of resolution is possibly much invigorated by mathematical study, and especially by that highest branch of it, which unjustly, and merely on account of its retrograde operations, has been called as if par excellence. Yet to calculate is not in itself to analyze. A chess player, for example, does the one without effort at the other. It follows that the game of chess, in its effects upon mental character, is greatly misunderstood. I am not now writing a treatise, but simply prefacing a somewhat peculiar narrative by observations very much at random. I will therefore take occasion to assert that the higher powers of the reflective intellect are more decidedly and more usefully taxed by the unostentatious game of draughts than by all the elaborate frivolity of chess. In this latter, where the pieces have different and bizarre motions, with various and variable values, what is only complex is mistaken, a not unusual error for what is profound. The attention is here called powerfully into play. If it flag for an instant, an oversight is committed, resulting in injury or defeat. The possible moves being not only manifold, but involute. The chances of such oversights are multiplied, and in 9 cases out of the 10, it is the more concentrated rather than the more acute player who conquers. In draughts, on the contrary, where the moves are unique and have but little variation, the probabilities of inadvertence are diminished, and the mere attention being left comparatively unemployed. What advantages are obtained by either party are obtained by superior acumen, to be less abstract. Let us suppose a game of draughts where the pieces are reduced to 4 kings, and where, of course, no oversight is to be expected. It is obvious that here the victory can be decided, the players being at all equal, only by some recherche movement, the result of some strong exertion of the intellect, deprived of ordinary resources. The analyst throws himself into the spirit of his opponent, identifies him therewith, and not infrequently sees thus at a glance the sole method. Sometimes, indeed, absurdly simple ones by which he may seduce into error or hurry into miscalculation. Whilst has long been noted for its influence upon what is termed calculating power, and men of the highest order of intellect have been known to take an apparently unaccountable delight in it, whilst eschewing chess as frivolous. Beyond doubt, there is nothing of a similar nature, so greatly tasking the faculty of analysis. The best chess player in Christendom may be little more than the best player of chess, but proficiency in which implies capacity for success in all these more important undertakings where mind struggles with mind. When I say proficiency, I mean that perfection in the game, which includes a comprehension of all the sources whence legitimate advantage may be derived. These are not only manifold, but multiform, and lie frequently among recesses of thought, altogether inaccessible to the ordinary understanding. To observe attentively is to remember distinctly. And so far, the concentrative chess player will do very well at whist, while the rules of the Hoyle, themselves based on the mere mechanism of the game, are sufficient and generally comprehensible. Thus, to have a retentive memory and to proceed by the book are points commonly regarded as the sum total of good playing. But it is in matters beyond the limits of mere rule that the skill of the analyst is evinced. He makes in silence a host of observations and inferences, so perhaps do his companions, and the difference in the extent of the information obtained lies not so much in the validity of the inference as in the quality of the observation. The necessary knowledge is that of what to observe. Our player confines himself not at all, nor because the game is the object, does he reject deductions from things external to the game. He examines the countenance of his partner, comparing it carefully with that of each of his opponents. He considers the mode of assorting the cards in each hand, often counting trump by trump and honour by honour through the glances bestowed by their holders upon each. He notes every variation of face as the play progresses, gathering a fund of thought from the differences in the expression of certainty, of surprise, of triumph, of chagrin. From the manner of gathering up a trick, he judges whether the person taking it can make another in the suit. He recognizes what is played through feint by the air which is thrown upon the table, a casual or inadvertent word, the accidental dropping or turning of a card, with the accompanying anxiety or carelessness in regard to its concealment, the counting of the tricks with the order of their arrangement, embarrassment, hesitation, eagerness or trepidation, all afford to his apparently intuitive perception indications of the true state of affairs. The first 2 or 3 rounds having been played, he is in full possession of the contents of each hand, and thenceforward puts down his whether he really knew of whom I thought of. Put down his cards, as with an absolute a precision of purpose, as if the rest of the party had turned outward the faces of their own. The analytical power should not be confounded with simple ingenuity, for while the analyst is necessarily ingenious, the ingenious man is often remarkably incapable of analysis. The constructive or combining power by which ingenuity is usually manifest, and to which the phrenologists, I believe erroneously, have assigned a separate organ, supposing it is a primitive faculty, has been so frequently seen in those separate whose intellect bordered otherwise upon idiocy, to have attracted general observation among writers of morals. Between ingenuity of the analytic ability there exists a difference far greater indeed than that between the fancy and the imagination, but of a character very strictly analogous. It will be found, in fact, that the ingenious are always fanciful, and the truly imaginative never otherwise than analytic. The narrative which follows will appear to the reader somewhat in the light of a commentary upon the propositions just advanced. Residing in Paris during the spring and part of summer 1800, I there became acquainted with a Monsieur C. Auguste Dupin. This young gentleman was of an excellent, indeed an illustrious family, but by a variety of untoward events had been reduced to such poverty that the energy of his character succumbed beneath it, and he ceased to bestir himself in the world or to care for the retrieval of the fortunes. By courtesy of his creditors, there still remained in his possession a small remnant of his patrimony, and upon the income arising from this he managed by means of rigorous economy to procure the necessaries of life without troubling himself about its superfluities. Books indeed were his sole luxuries, and in Paris these are easily obtained. Our first meeting was at an obscure library in the Rue Montmartre, where the accident of our both being in search of the same very rare and very remarkable volume brought us into closer communion. We saw each other again and again. I was deeply interested in the little family history which he detailed to me with all that candour which a Frenchman indulges whenever mere self is the theme. I was astonished too at the vast extent of his reading. And above all, I felt my soul enkindled within me by the wild fervour and vivid freshness of his imagination. Seeking in Paris the objects I then sought, I felt that the society of a man would be to me a treasure beyond price. And this feeling I frankly confided to him. It was at length arranged that we should live together during my stay in the city, as in my worldly circumstances were somewhat less embarrassed than his own. I was permitted to be at the expense of renting and furnishing in a style which suited the rather fantastic gloom of our common temper, a time-eaten and grotesque mansion, long deserted through superstitions into which we did not inquire, and tottering to its fall in a retired and desolate portion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Had the routine of our life at this place been known in the world, we should have been regarded as madmen, although perhaps as madmen of a harmless nature. Our seclusion was perfect. We admitted no visitors. Indeed, the locality of our retirement had been carefully kept secret from my own former associates. It had been many years since Dupin had ceased to know or be known in Paris. We existed within ourselves alone. It was a freak of fancy in my friend, for what else shall I call it, to be enamoured of the night for her own sake, and into this bizarre as into all his others, I quietly fell, giving myself up to his wild whims with a perfect abandon. The sable divinity would not herself dwell with us always, but we could counterfeit her presence. At the first of dawn of the morning, we closed all the massive shutters of our old building, lighted a couple of tapers which, strongly perfumed, threw out only the ghastliest and feeblest of rays. By the aid of these, we then busied our souls in dreams, reading, writing, or conversing, until warned by the clock of the advent of true darkness. Then we sallied forth into the streets, arm in arm, continuing the topics of the day, or roaming far and wide until a late hour, seeking amid the lights and shadows of the populous city that infinity of mental excitement which quiet observation can afford. At such times I could not help remarking and admiring, although from his rich ideality I had been prepared to expect it, a peculiar analytical ability of Dupin. It seemed too to take an eager delight in its exercise, if not exactly in its display, and did not hesitate to confess the pleasure thus derived. He boasted to me with a low chuckling laugh that most men in respect to himself wore windows in their bosoms, and was wont to follow up such assertions by direct and very startling proofs of his intimate knowledge of my own. His manner at these moments was frigid and abstract. His eyes were vacant in expression, while his voice, usually a rich tenor, rose into a treble which would have sounded petulantly but for the deliberateness and entire distinctness of the enunciation. Observing him in these moods, I often dwelt meditatively upon the old philosophy of the bipart soul, and amused myself with the fancy of a double Dupin, the creative and the resolvent. Let it not be supposed, from what I have just said, that I am detailing any mystery or penning any romance. What I have described in the Frenchman was merely the result of an excited, or perhaps of a diseased intelligence, but of the character of his remarks at the periods in question, an example will best convey the idea. We were strolling one night down a long dirty street in the vicinity of the Palais Royal. Being both apparently occupied with thought, neither of us had spoken a syllable for 15 minutes at least. All at once, Dupin broke forth with these words. "He's a very little fellow, that's true, and would do better for the Theatre des Variétés." "There can be no doubt of that," I replied unwittingly, and not at first observing, for so much I had been absorbed in reflection, the extraordinary manner in which the speaker had chimed in with my meditations. In an instant afterward, I recollected myself, and my astonishment was profound. "Dupin," I said gravely, "this is beyond my comprehension. I do not hesitate to say that I am amazed and can scarcely credit my senses. How was it possible you should know what I was thinking of?" Here I paused to ascertain beyond a doubt whether he really knew of whom I thought. "Of Chantilly," he said. "Why do you pause? You were remarking to yourself that his diminutive figure unfitted him for tragedy." This was precisely what had formed the subject of my reflections. Chantilly was a quondam cobbler of the Rue Saint-Denis who became stage mad, had attempted the role of Xerxes in Crebillon's tragedy, so called, and been notoriously pasquinated for his pains. "Tell me, for heaven's sake," I exclaimed, "the method, if method there is, by which you have been able to fathom my soul in this manner." In fact, I was even more startled than I would have been willing to express. "It was the fruiter," replied my friend, "who brought you to the conclusion that the mender of souls was not sufficient height for Xerxes et in genus omni." "The fruiterer? You astonish me. I know no fruiterer whatsoever." "The man who ran up against you as we entered the street. It may have been 15 minutes ago. I now remembered that, in fact, a fruiterer carrying upon his head a large basket of apples had nearly thrown me down by accident as we passed from the Rue C into the thoroughfare where we stood. But what this had to do with Chantilly, I could not possibly understand. There was not a particle of charlatanerie about Dupin. "I will explain," he said, "and that you may comprehend all clearly. We will first retrace the course of your meditations, and from the moment in which I spoke to you until that of the rencontre with the fruitier in question. The larger links of the chain run thus: Chantilly, Orient, Dr. Nicholas, Epicurus, Sterotme, the street stones, the fruiterer. There are few persons who have not at the same period of their lives amused themselves in retracing the steps by which particular conclusions of their own minds have been attained. The occupation is often full of interest, and he who attempts it for the first time is astonished by the apparently illimitable distance and incoherence between the starting point and the goal. What then must have been my amazement when I heard the Frenchman speak what he had just spoken, and when I could not help acknowledging that he had spoken the truth, he continued. "We had been talking of horses, if I remember aright. Just before leaving the Rue C, this was the last subject we discussed. As we crossed onto this street, a fruiterer with a large basket upon his head, rushing quickly past us, thrust you upon a pile of paving stones, collected at a spot where the causeway is undergoing repair. You stepped upon one of the loose fragments, slipped, slightly strained your ankle, appeared vexed or sulky, muttered a few words, turned to look at the pile, and then proceeded in silence. I was not particularly attentive to what you did, but observation has become with me of late a species of necessity. You kept your eyes upon the ground, glancing with a petulant expression at the holes and ruts in the pavement, so that I saw you were still thinking of the stones, until we reached the little alley we call La Martin, which has been paved by way of experiment with the overlapping and riveted blocks.
Here your countenance brightened up, and perceiving your lips move, I could not doubt that you murmured the word sterotomy, a term very effectively applied to this species of pavement. I knew that you could not say to yourself sterotomy without being brought to think of atomies, and thus of the theories of Epicurus. And since when we discussed this subject not very long ago, I mentioned to you how singularly, yet with how little notice, the vague guesses of that noble Greek had met with confirmation in the late nebular cosmogony. I felt that you should not avoid casting your eyes upward to the great nebula in Orion. I certainly expected that you would do so. You did look up, and I was now assured that I had correctly followed your steps. But in that bitter tirade upon Chantilly, which appeared in yesterday's Musée, the satirist, making some disgraceful allusions to the cobbler's change of name upon assuming the buskin, quoted a Latin line about which we have often conversed. I mean the line, perdidit antiquum litera prima sonum. So far you had been stooping in your gait, but now I saw you draw yourself up to your full height. I was then sure that you reflected upon the diminutive figure of Chantilly. At this point I interrupted your meditations to remark that as, in fact, he was a very little fellow, that Chantilly. He would do better at the Theatre des Varietés. Not long after this we were looking over an evening edition of the Gazette des Tribunaux, when the following paragraphs arrested our attention. Extraordinary murders. This morning about 3 o'clock, the inhabitants of the Quartier Saint-Roch were aroused from sleep by a succession of terrific shrieks, issuing apparently from the 4th story of a house in Rue Morgue, known to be in the sole company of Madame l'Espagnier and her daughter, Mademoiselle Camille l'Espagnier. After some delay, occasioned by a fruitless attempt to procure admission in the usual manner, the gateway was broken in with a crowbar, and 8 or 10 of the neighbours entered, accompanied by 2 gendarmes. By this time the cries had ceased, but as the party rushed up the first flight of stairs, 2 or more rough voices in angry contention were distinguished, and seemed to proceed from the upper part of the house. As the second landing was reached, these sounds also had ceased, and everything remained perfectly quiet. The party spread themselves and hurried from room to room. Upon arriving, a large back chamber in the 4th story, the door of which being found locked, with the key inside, was forced open. A spectacle presented itself which struck everyone present, not less with horror than with astonishment. The apartment was in the wildest disorder, the furniture broken and thrown about in all directions. There was only one bedstead, and from this the bed had been removed and thrown into the middle of the floor. On a chair lay a razor, besmeared with blood. On the hearth were 2 or 3 long and thick tresses of grey human hair, also dabbled in blood, and seeming to have been pulled out by the roots. Upon the floor were found 4 Napoleons, an earring of topaz, 3 large silver spoons, 3 smaller metal d'Alger, and 2 bags containing nearly 4,000 francs in gold. The drawers of a bureau which stood in one corner were open, and had been apparently rifled, although many articles still remained in them. A small iron safe was discovered under the bed, not under the bedstead. It was open, with the key still in the door. It had no contents beyond a few old letters and other papers of little consequence. Of Madame l'Espagnier, no traces were here seen, but an unusual quantity of soup being observed in the fireplace. A search was made in the chimney, and horrible to relate, the corpse of the daughter, head downward and dragged therefrom, it having been thus forced up the narrow aperture for a considerable distance. The body was quite warm. Upon examining it, many excoriations were perceived, no doubt occasioned by the violence with which it had been thrust up and disengaged. Upon the face were many severe scratches, and upon the throat dark bruises and deep indentations of fingernails, as if the deceased had been throttled to death. After a thorough investigation of every portion of the house, without further discovery, the party made its way into a small paved yard at the rear of the building, where lay the corpse of an old lady, with her throat so entirely cut that upon an attempt to raise her, the head fell off. The body, as well as the head, was fearfully mutilated, the former so much so scarcely to retain any semblance of humanity. To this horrible mystery there is not, as yet, we believe, the slightest clue. The next day the papers had these additional particulars. The tragedy in Rue Morgue. Many individuals have been examined in relation to the most extraordinary and frightful affair. The word affair has not yet in France that levity of import which it conveys with us, but nothing whatever transpired to throw light upon it. We give below all the material testimony elicited. Pauline Dauberg, laundress, deposes that she has known both the deceased for 3 years, having washed for them during that period. The old lady and her daughter seemed on good terms, very affectionate towards each other. They were excellent pay, could not speak in regard to their mode or means of living, believed that Madame L, whose fortunes for a living, told fortunes for a living, was reputed to have money put by. Never met any persons in the house when she called for the clothes or took them home. Was sure that they had no servant in employ. There appeared to be no furniture in any part of the building except in the 4th story. Pierre Moreau, tobacconist, deposes that he has been in the habit of selling small quantities of tobacco and snuff to Madame L'Espanier for nearly 4 years, was born into the neighbourhood, and has always resided there. The deceased and her daughter had occupied the house in which the corpses were found for more than 6 years. It was formerly occupied by a jeweller who underlet the upper rooms to various persons. The house was the property of Madame L. She became dissatisfied with the abuse of the premises by her tenant and moved into them herself, refusing to let any portion. The old lady was childish. Witness had seen the daughter some 5 or 6 times during the 6 years. The two lived an exceedingly retired life, were reputed to have money, had heard it said among the neighbours that Madame L told fortunes, did not believe it, had never seen any person enter the door except the old lady and her daughter, a porter once or twice, and a physician some 8 or 10 times. Many other persons, neighbours, gave evidence to the same effect. No one was spoken of as frequenting the house. It was not known whether there were any living connections of Madame L and her daughter. The shutters of the front window were seldom open. Those in the rear were always closed, with the exception of the large back room, 4th story. The house was a good house, not very old. Isidore Musée, gendarme, deposes that he was called to the house about 3 o'clock in the morning and found some 20 or 30 persons at the gateway, endeavouring to gain admittance. Forced it open at length with a bayonet, not a crowbar, had but little difficulty in getting open on account of its being a double or folding gate, and bolted neither at the bottom nor top. The shrieks were continued until the gate was forced, and then suddenly ceased. They seemed to be screams of some person or persons in great agony, were loud and drawn out, not short and quick. Witnesses led the way upstairs. Upon reaching the first landing, heard 2 voices in loud and angry contention. The one a gruff voice, the other much shriller, very strange voice. Could distinguish some words of the former, which was that of a Frenchman. Was positive it was not a woman's voice. Could not distinguish the word sacre and diable. Could distinguish the word sacre and diable, the shrill voice of that of a foreigner. Could not be sure whether it was the voice of a man or of a woman. Could not make out what was said, but believed the language to be Spanish. The state of the room and the bodies was described by this witness as we described them yesterday. Henri Duval, the neighbour, and by trade a silversmith, deposes that he was one of the party who first entered the house, corroborates the testimony of Musée in general. As soon as they forced an entrance, they reclosed the door to keep out the crowd, which collected very fast, was that of an Italian. Was certain it was not French, could not be sure that it was a man's voice, it might have been a woman's, was not acquainted with the Italian language, could not distinguish words, but was convinced by the intonation that the speaker was Italian, knew Madame L. and her daughter, had conversed with both frequently, was sure that the shrill voice was not that of either of the deceased. Odenheimer, restaurateur, this witness volunteered his testimony. Not speaking French, was examined through an interpreter. Is a native of Amsterdam, was passing the house at the time of the shrieks. They lasted for several minutes, probably 10. They were long and loud, very awful and distressing. Was one of those who entered the building. Corroborated the previous evidence in every respect but one. Was sure the shrill voice was that of a man, of a Frenchman. Could not distinguish the words uttered. They were loud and quick, unequal, spoken apparently in fear as well as in anger. The voice was harsh, not so much as harsh, could not call it a shrill voice. The gruff voice said repeatedly, Sacre, Diable, and once, Mon Dieu. Jules Mignon, banker of the firm of Mignon et Filles, Rue de Lorraine, is the elder Mignon. Madame l'Espagnier had some property, had opened an account with his banking house in the spring of the year, 8 years previously, made frequent deposits in small sums, had checked for nothing until the third day before her death, when she took out in person the sum of 4,000 francs. This sum was paid in gold, and a clerk sent home with the money. Adolphe Le Bon, clerk to Mignot et Filles, deposes that on the day in question about noon, he accompanied Madame l'Espagnier to her residence with the 4,000 francs, put up in 2 bags. Upon the door being opened, Mademoiselle L. appeared and took from his hands one of the bags, while the old lady relieved him of the other. He then bowed and departed. Did not see any person in the street at the time. It is a by-street, very lonely. William Burt, tailor, deposes that he was one of the party who entered the house, is an Englishman, has lived in Paris for 2 years, was one of the first to ascend the stairs, heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, could make out several words, but cannot now remember all. Heard distinctly, Sacre and Mon Dieu. There was a sound at the moment as if of several persons struggling, a scraping, a scuffling sound, and a shrill voice was very loud, louder than the gruff one. Is sure that it was not the voice of an Englishman, appeared to be that of a German, might have been a woman's voice, does not understand German. 4 of the above named witnesses being recalled, deposed that the door of the chamber, which was found the body of Mademoiselle L, was locked on the inside when the party reached it. Everything was perfectly silent, no groans or noises of any kind. Upon forcing the door, no person was seen. The windows, both of the back and front room, were down and firmly fastened from within. A door between the 2 rooms was closed but not locked. The door leading from the front room into the passage was locked, with the key on the inside. A small room in the front of the house on the 4th story at the head of the passage was open, the door being ajar. This room was crowded with old beds, boxes, so forth. These were carefully removed and searched. There was not an inch of any proportion of the house that was not carefully searched. Sweeps were sent up and down chimneys. The house was a 4-one with garrets. A trapdoor on the roof was nailed down very securely, did not appear to have been opened for years. The time elapsing between the hearing of the voices in contention and the breaking open of the room door was variously stated by the witnesses. Some made it as short as 3 minutes, some as long as 5. The door was opened with difficulty. Alfonso Garcia, the undertaker, disposes that he resides in the Rue Morgue, is a native of Spain, was one of the party who entered the house, did not proceed up the stairs, is nervous, and was apprehensive of the consequences of the agitation. He heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman. Could not distinguish what was said. The shrill voice was that of an Englishman, and is sure of this. Does not understand the English language, but judges by the intonation. Alberto Montani, confectioner, deposed that he was among the first to ascend the stairs. Heard the voices in question. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman. Distinguished several words. The speaker appeared to be expostulating. Could not make out the words of the shrill voice, spoke quickly and unevenly. Thinks it the voice of a Russian, corroborates the general testimony, is an Italian, never conversed with a native of Russia. Several witnesses recalled here testified that the chimneys of all the rooms on the 4th floor were too narrow to admit the passage of a human being. By sweeps were meant cylindrical sweeping brushes, such as are employed by those who clean chimneys. These brushes were passed up and down every floor in the house. There is no back passage by which anyone could have descended. While the party proceeded upstairs, the body of Mademoiselle L'Espanaye was so firmly wedged in the chimney that it could not be got down until 4 or 5 of the party united their strength. Paul Dumas, physician, deposes that he was called to view the bodies about daybreak. They were both then lying on the sacking of the bedstead in the chamber where Mademoiselle L was found. The corpse of the young lady was much bruised and excoriated. The fact that it had been thrust up the chimney would sufficiently account for these appearances. The throat was greatly chafed. There were several deep scratches just below the chin, together with a series of livid spots, which were evidently the impression of fingers. The face was fearfully discoloured, and the eyeballs protruded. The tongue had been partially bitten through. A large bruise was discovered upon the pit of the stomach, produced apparently by the pressure of a knee. In the opinion of Monsieur Dumas, Mademoiselle L'Espanaye had been throttled to death by some person or persons unknown. The corpse of the mother was horribly mutilated. All the bones of the right leg and arm were more or less shattered, the left tibia much splintered, as well as all the ribs of the left side. Whole body dreadfully bruised and discoloured. It was not possible to see how the injuries had been inflicted. A heavy club of wood or a broad bar of iron, a chair, any large, heavy and obtuse weapon would have produced such results if wielded by the hands of very powerful man. No woman could have inflicted the blows with any weapon. The head of the deceased, when seen by witnesses, was entirely separated from the body and was also greatly shattered. The throat had evidently been cut with some very sharp instrument, probably a razor. Alexander Etienne, surgeon, was called with Monsieur Dumas to preview the bodies, corroborated the testimony and the opinions of Monsieur Dumas. Nothing further of importance was elicited, although several other persons were examined. A murder so mysterious and so perplexing in all its particulars was never before committed in Paris, if indeed a murder had been committed at all. The police are entirely at fault. An unusual occurrence in affairs of this nature. There is not, however, the shadow of a plea apparent.
This is cheerful of it. If you'd like to have a break, I can jump in and read a poem because it's a long story. Happy? No bother. Crack on, I'm enjoying it.
The evening edition of the paper stated that the greatest excitement still continued into the Quartier Saint-Roch, that the premises in question had been carefully researched and fresh examinations of witnesses instituted, but all to no purpose. A postscript, however, mentioned that Adolphe Le Bon had been arrested and imprisoned, although nothing appeared to criminate him. beyond the facts already detailed. Dupin seemed singularly interested in the progress of this affair, at least so judged from his manner, for he made no comments. It was only after the announcement that Le Bon had been imprisoned that he asked me my opinion respecting the murders. I could merely agree with all Paris in considering them an insoluble mystery. I saw no means by which it would be possible to trace the murderer. You must not judge the means, said Dupin. By this shell of an examination, the Parisian police so much extolled for their acumen or cunning, but no more. There is no method in the proceedings beyond the method of the moment. They make a vast parade of measures, but not infrequently these are so ill adapted to the objects proposed as to put us in mind of Monsieur Jourdain calling for his robe de chambre. The results attained by them are not infrequently surprising, but for the most part are brought about by simple diligence and activity. When these qualities are unavailing, their schemes fail. Vidocq, for example, was a good guesser and a persevering man, but without educated thought he erred continually by the very intensity of his investigations. He impaired his vision by holding the object too close. He might see perhaps one or two points with unusual clearness, but in doing so he necessarily lost sight of the matter as a whole. Thus, there is such a thing as being too profound. Truth is not always in a well. In fact, as regards the more important knowledge, I do believe that she is invariably superficial. The depth lies in the valleys where we seek her, and not upon the mountain tops where she is found. The modes and sources of this kind of error are well typified in the contemplation of the heavenly bodies. To look at a star by glances, to view it in a sidelong way by turning towards the exterior portions of the retina, more susceptible of feeble impression of light than the interior, is to behold the star distinctly, is to have the best appreciation of its lustre, a lustre which grows dim just in proportion as we turn our vision fully upon it. A greater number of rays actually fall upon the eye in the latter, but in the former there is more refined capacity for comprehension. By undue profundity we perplex and enfeeble thought. It is possible to make even Venus herself vanish from the firmament by a scrutiny too sustained, too concentrated, or too direct. As for these murders, let us enter into some examinations for ourselves before we make up an opinion respecting them. An inquiry will afford us amusement. I thought this an odd term, so applies, but said nothing, and beside Le Bon once rendered me a service for which I am not ungrateful. We will go and see the premises with our own eyes. I know G, the prefect of police, and shall have no difficulty in obtaining the necessary permission. The permission was obtained, and we proceeded at once to the Rue Morgue. This is one of those miserable thoroughfares which intervenes between the Rue Richelieu and the Rue Saint-Roch. It was late in the afternoon when we reached it. As this quarter is at a great distance from that in which we resided, the house was readily found, for there were still many persons gazing up at the closed shutters with an objectless curiosity from the opposite side of the way. It was an ordinary Parisian house with a gateway on one side, of which was a glazed watch box, with a sliding panel in the window indicating a loge de concierge. Before going in, we walked up the street, turned down an alley, and then again, turning, passed into the rear of the building. Dupin, meanwhile, examining the whole neighbourhood as well as the house, with a minuteness of attention for which I could see no possible object. Retracing our steps, we came again to the front of the dwelling, rang, and having our own credentials, were admitted by the agents in charge. We went upstairs into the chamber where the body of Mademoiselle l'Espanaye had been found, and where both the deceased lay still. The disorders of the room had, as usual, been suffered to exist. I saw nothing beyond what had been stated in the Zaguette de Tribune. Dupin scrutinized everything, not excepting the bodies of the victims. When we went into the other rooms and into the yard, a gendarme accompanying us throughout. The examination occupied us until dark. We took our departure. On our way home, my companion stopped in for a moment at the office of one of the daily papers. I have said that the whims of my friend were manifold, and that je le ménageais, for this phrase there is no English equivalent. It was his humour now to decline all conversation on the subject of the murder, until about noon the next day. He then asked me suddenly if I had observed anything peculiar at the scene of the atrocity. There was something in his manner of emphasizing the word peculiar which caused me to shudder, without knowing why. No, nothing peculiar, I said, nothing more at least than we both saw stated in the paper, the Gazette. He replied, has not entered, I fear, into the unusual horror of the thing. But dismiss the idle opinions of this print. It appears to me that this mystery is considered insoluble, for the very reason which should cause it to be regarded as easy of solution. I mean from the outre character of its features. The police are confounded by the seeming absence of motive, not for the murder itself, but for the atrocity of the murder. They are puzzled too by the seeming impossibility of reconciling the voices heard in contention with the facts that no one was discovered upstairs, but the assassinated Mademoiselle l'Espanaye, and that there were no means of egress without notice of the party ascending. The wild disorder of the room, the corpse thrust with the head downward up the chimney, the frightful mutilation of the body of the old lady, these considerations with those just mentioned, and others which I need not mention, have sufficed to paralyze the powers by putting completely at fault the boasted acumen of the government agents. They have fallen into gross but common error of confounding the unusual with the truth. But it is by these deviations from the plane of the ordinary that reason feels its way, if at all, in its search for the truth. In investigations such as we are now pursuing, it should not be so much asked what occurred as what has occurred that has never occurred before. In fact, the fact that I shall arrive or have arrived at the solution of this mystery is in the direct ratio of its apparent insolubility in the eyes of the police. I stared at the speaker in mute astonishment. I am now awaiting, continued he, looking towards the door of our apartment. I am now awaiting a person who, although perhaps not the perpetrator of these butcheries, must have been in some measure implicated in their penetration of the worst portion of the crimes committed. It is probable that he is innocent. I hope that I am right in this supposition, for upon it I build my expectation of reading the entire riddle. I look for the man here, in this room, every moment. It is true that he may not arrive, but the probability is that he will. Should he come, it will be necessary to detain him. Here are pistols. We both know how to use them when occasion demands their use. I took the pistols, scarcely knowing what I did, or believing what I heard. What Dupin went on, very much as if in a soliloquy. I have already spoken of his abstract manner at such times. His discourse was addressed to myself, but his voice, although by no means loud, had that intonation which is commonly employed in speaking to someone at a great distance. His eyes, vacant in expression, regarded only the wall. That the voices heard in contention, he said, by the party upon the stairs, were not the voices of the women themselves, was fully proved by the evidence. This relieves us all of doubt upon the question whether the old lady could have first destroyed the daughter and afterwards committed suicide. I speak of this point chiefly for the sake of method, for the strength of Madame l'Espanaye would have been utterly unequal to the task of thrusting her daughter's corpse up the chimney as it was found, and the nature of the wounds upon her own person entirely preclude the idea of self-destruction. Murder then has been committed by some third party, and the voices of this third party were those heard in contention. Let me now advert, not to the whole testimony respecting these voices, but to what was peculiar in that testimony. Did you observe anything peculiar about it? I remarked, while all the witnesses agreed in supposing the gruff voice to be that of a Frenchman, there was much disagreement in regard to the shrill, or as one individual termed it, the harsh voice. That was the evidence itself, said Dupin, but it was not the peculiarity of the evidence. You have observed nothing distinctive, yet there was something to be observed. The witness, as you remarked, agreed about the gruff voice that they were here unanimous. But in regard to the shrill voice, the peculiarity is not what they disagreed, but that while an Italian, an Englishman, a Spaniard, a Hollander, and a Frenchman attempted to describe it, each one spoke of it as that of a foreigner. Each is sure that it was not the voice of his own countrymen. Each likens it not to the voice of an individual of any nation whose language he is conversant, but the converse. The Frenchman supposes it is the voice of a Spaniard, and might have distinguished some words had he been acquainted with the Spanish. The Dutchman maintains that it to have been of a Frenchman, but we find it stated that not understanding French, this witness was examined through an interpreter. The Englishman thinks it's the voice of a German and does not understand German. The Spaniard is sure that it was that of an Englishman, but judges by intonation. Altogether, he has no knowledge of the English. The Italian believes it to be the voice of a Russian, but has never conversed with a native of Russia. A second Frenchman differs, moreover, with the first, and is positive that the voice was that of an Italian, but, not being cognizant of that tongue, is, like the Spaniard, convinced by the intonation. Now, how strangely unusual must that voice have really been, about which such testimony could have been elicited, in whose tones even denizens of the 5 great divisions of Europe could recognize nothing familiar. You will say that it might have been the voice of an Asiatic, of an African. Neither Asiatics nor Africans abound in Paris. But without denying the inference, I will now merely call your attention to 3 points. The voice is termed by one witness harsh rather than shrill. It is represented by 2 others to have been quick and unequal. No words, no sounds resembling words were by any witnesses mentioned as distinguishable. I know not, continued Dufin, what impression I may have made so far upon your own understanding, but I do not hesitate to say that legitimate deductions, even from this portion of the testimony, the portion respecting the gruff and shrill voices, are in themselves sufficient to engender a suspicion, which should give direction to all further progress in the investigation of the mystery. I said legitimate deductions, but my meaning is not thus fully expressed. I designed to imply that deductions are the sole proper ones, and that the suspicion arises inevitably from the single result. What the suspicion is, however, I will not say just yet. I merely wish you to bear in mind that, with myself, it was sufficiently forcible to give a definite form, a certain tendency, to my inquiries in the chamber. Let us now transport ourselves in fancy to this chamber. What shall we first seek here? The means of egress employed by the murderers. It is not too much to say that neither of us believed in preternatural events. Madame and Mademoiselle L'Espanaye were not destroyed by spirits. The doers of the deed were material and escaped materially. Then how? Fortunately, there is but one mode of reasoning upon the point, and that mode must lead us to a definite decision. Let us examine by each the possible means of egress. It is clear that the assassins were in the room where Mademoiselle L'Espanaye was found, or at least in the room adjoining, when the party ascended the stairs. It is then only from those 2 apartments that we have to seek issues. The police have laid bare the floors, the ceilings, and the masonry of the walls in every direction. No secret issues could have escaped their vigilance, but not trusting to their eyes, I examined with my own. There were then no secret issues. Both doors leading from the room into the passage were securely locked, with the keys inside. Let us turn to the chimneys. These, although of ordinary width for some 8 or 10 feet above the hearth, will not admit throughout their extent the body of a large cat. The impossibility of egress by means already stated being thus absolute, we are reduced to the windows. Through those of the front room, no one could have escaped without notice from the crowd in the street. The murderers must have passed then through those of the back room. Now, thought of this conclusion in so unequivocal a manner as we are, it is not our part as reasoners to reject it on account of apparent impossibilities. It is only left for us to prove that these apparent impossibilities are, in reality, not such. There are 2 windows in the chamber. One of them is unobstructed by the furniture and is wholly visible. The lower portion of the other is hidden from view by the head of an unwieldy bedstead which thrusts close up against it. The former was found securely fastened from within. It resisted the utmost force of those who endeavoured to raise it. A large gimlet hole had been pierced in its frame to the left, and a very stout nail was found fitted therein, nearly to the head. Upon examining the other window, a similar nail was seen similarly fitted in it, and a vigorous attempt to raise this sash failed also. The police were now entirely satisfied that the egress had not been in these directions, and therefore it was thought a matter of supererogation to withdraw the nails and open the windows. My own examination was somewhat more particular, and was for the reason I have just given, because here it was. I knew that all apparent impossibilities must be proved to be not such in reality. I proceed to think thus: a posteriori, the murderers did escape from one of these windows. This being so, they could not have refastened the sashes from the inside, as they were found fastened. The consideration which put a stop through its obviousness to the scrutiny of the police in this quarter, yet the sashes fastened, they must then have the power of fastening themselves. There was no escape from this conclusion. I stepped to the unobstructed casement, withdrew the nail with some difficulty, and attempted to raise the sash. It resisted all my efforts, as I had anticipated. A concealed spring must, I now knew, exist, and this corroboration of my idea convinced me that my premises at least were correct. However mysterious, still appeared the circumstances attending the nails. A careful search soon brought to light the hidden spring. I pressed it, and satisfied with the discovery, forbore to upraise the sash. I now replaced the nail and regarded it attentively. A person passing out through this window might have reclosed it and the spring would have caught, but the nail would not have been replaced. The conclusion was plain, and again narrowed in the field of my investigations. The assassins must have escaped through the other window. Supposing then the spring upon each sash to be the same as was probable, there must be found a difference between the nails, or at least between the modes of their fixture. Getting upon the sacking of the bedstead, I looked over the headboard minutely at the second casement. Passing my hand down the board, I readily discovered and pressed the spring, which was, as I had supposed, identical in character with its neighbour. I now looked at the nail. It was as stout as the other, and apparently fitted in the same manner, driven in nearly up to the head. You will say that I was puzzled, but if you think so, you must have misunderstood the nature of the inductions. To use a sporting phrase, I had not been once at fault. The scent had never for an instant been lost. There was no flaw in any link of the chain. I had traced the secret to its ultimate result, and that result was the nail. It had, I say, in every respect, the appearance of the other window. But this fact was an absolute nullity, conclusive as it might seem to be, when compared with the consideration that here, at this point, terminated the clue. There must be something on, I said. About the nail. I touched it, and the head was about 1/4 of an inch of the shank came off in my fingers. The rest of the shank was in the gimlet hole, where it had been broken off. The fracture was an old one, for its edges were encrusted with rust and had apparently been accomplished by the blow of a hammer, which had partially embedded in the top of the bottom sash, the head portion of the nail. I now carefully replaced this head portion in the indentation whence I had taken it, and the resemblance to a perfect nail was complete. The fissure was invisible. Pressing the spring, I gently raised the sash for a few inches. The head went up with it, remaining firm in its bed. I closed the window, and the semblance of the whole nail was again perfect. The riddle so far was now unriddled. The assassin had escaped through the window, which looked upon the dropping of his own accord upon its exit, or perhaps purposefully closed. It had become fastened by the spring, and it was the retention of this spring which had been mistaken by the police for that of the nail, further inquiry being thus considered unnecessary. The next question is that of the mode of descent. Upon this point, I had been satisfied in my walk with you around the building. About 5.5 feet the casement in question, there runs a lightning rod. From this rod, it would have been impossible for anyone to reach the window itself, to say nothing of entering it. I observed, however, that the shutters of the 4th story were of the peculiar kind, called by the Parisian carpenters ferrades, a kind of rarely employed at the present day, but frequently seen upon very old mansions at Lyon and Bordeaux. They are in the form of an ordinary door, a single, not folding door, except that the upper half is or worked in open trellis, thus affording an excellent hold for the hands. In the present instance, these shutters are fully 3.5 feet broad. When we saw them from the rear of the house, they were both about half open. That is to say, they stood at the right angles from the wall. It is probable that the police, as well as myself, examined the back of the tenement. But if so, in looking at these ferrades in the line of their breadth, as they must have done, they did not perceive this great breadth, or at all events failed to take them into due consideration. In fact, having once satisfied themselves that no egress could have been made in this quarter, they would naturally bestow here a very cursory examination. It was clear to me, however, that the shutter belonging to the window at the head of the bed would, if swung fully back to the wall, reach within 2 feet of the lightning rod. It was also evident that by exertion of a very unusual degree of activity and courage, an entrance into the window from the rod might thus have been effected. By reaching to the distance of 2 feet and a half, we now suppose the shutter open to its whole extent. A robber might have taken a firm grasp upon the trellis work, letting go, then his hold upon the rod, placing his feet securely against the wall and springing boldly from it, he might have swung the shutter so as to close it, and we imagine the window open at the time, might even have swung himself into the room. I wish you to bear in mind that I have spoken of a very unusual degree of activity as requisite to success in so hazardous and so difficult a feat. It is my design to show you, first, that the thing might possibly have been accomplished, but secondly and chiefly, I wish to impress upon your understanding the very extraordinary, the almost preternatural character of that agility which could have accomplished it. You will say, no doubt, using the language of the law, that to make out my case, I should rather undervalue than insist upon full estimation of the activity required in this matter. This may be practice in the law, but it is not the usage of reason. My ultimate object is only the truth. My immediate purpose is to lead you to a place in juxtaposition that very unusual activity of which I have just spoken, with that very peculiar shrill or harsh and unequal voice about whose nationality no two persons could be found to agree, and in whose utterance no syllabification could be detected. At these words, a vague and self-formed conception of the meaning of Dupin flitted over my mind. I seemed to be upon the verge of comprehension, without power to comprehend, as men at times find themselves upon the brink of remembrance, without being able in the end to remember. My friend went on with his discourse. You will see, he said, that I have shifted the question from the mode of egress to that of ingress. It was my time to suggest that both were effected in the same manner, at the same point. Let us now revert to the interior of the room. Let us survey the appearances here, the drawers of the bureau. It is said have been rifled, although many articles of apparel still remain within them. The conclusion here is absurd. It is a mere guess, a very silly one and no more. How are we to know what articles found in the drawers were not all these drawers had originally contained? Madame l'Espanaye and her daughter lived an exceedingly retired life, saw no company, seldom went out, had little use for numerous changes of habiliment. Those found were at least of as good quality as any likely to be possessed by these ladies. If a thief had taken any, why did he not take the best? Why did he, in a word, why did he abandon 4,000 francs in gold to encumber himself with a bundle of linen? The gold was abandoned, nearly the whole sum mentioned by Monsieur Mignon. The banker was uncovered in bags upon the floor. I wish therefore to discard from your thoughts the plundering idea of motive, engendered in the brains of the police by that portion of evidence which speaks of money, delivered at the door of the house. Coincidences 10 times as remarkable as this. The delivery of the money and murder committed within 3 days upon the party receiving it happened to all of us every hour of our lives without attracting even momentary notice. Coincidences in general are great stumbling blocks in the way of that class of thinkers who have been educated to know nothing of the theory of probabilities. That theory to which the most glorious objects of human research are indebted, the most glorious of illustration. In the present instance, had the gold been gone, the fact of its delivery 3 days before would have formed something more than a coincidence. It would have been corroborative of the idea of motive. But under the real circumstances of the case, if we are to suppose gold the motive of this outrage, we must also imagine the perpetrator so vacillating an idiot as to have abandoned his gold and his motive together. Keeping now steadily in mind the points to which I have drawn your attention, that peculiar voice, that unusual agility, and that startling absence of motive in a murder so singularly atrocious as this, let us glance at the butchery itself. Here is a woman strangled to death by manual strength and thrust up a chimney, head downward. Ordinarily, assassins employ no such modes of murder as this. Least of all do they dispose of the murder. In the manner of thrusting the corpse up the chimney, you will admit that there has been something excessively outre, something altogether irreconcilable with our common notions of human action, even when we suppose the actor is the most depraved of men. Think too how great must have been the strength which could have thrust the body up such an aperture so forcibly that the united vigour of several persons was found barely sufficient to drag it down. Turn now to other indications of the employment of a vigour most marvellous. On the hearth were thick tresses, very thick tresses of grey human hair. These had been torn out by the roots. You are aware of the great force necessary in tearing thus from the head even 20 or 30 hairs together. You saw the locks in question as myself. Their roots, a hideous sight, were clotted with fragments of the flesh of the scalp, sure token of the prodigious power which had been exerted in uprooting perhaps 500,000 of hairs at a time. The throat of the old lady was not merely cut, but the head absolutely severed from the body. The instrument was a mere razor. I wish you also to look at the brutal ferocity of these deeds, of the bruises upon the body of Madame l'Espanaye. I do not speak. Monsieur Dumas and his worthy coadjutor, Monsieur Etienne, have pronounced that they were inflicted by some obtuse instrument. And so far these gentlemen are very correct. The obtuse instrument was clearly the stone pavement in the yard, upon which the victim had fallen from the window, which looked in upon the bed. This idea, however simple it may now seem, escaped the police for the same reason that the breadth of the shutters escaped them, because by the affair of the nails, their perceptions had been hermetically sealed against the possibility of the windows ever having been opened at all. If now, in addition to all these things, you have properly reflected upon the odd disorder of the chamber, we have gone so far as to combine the ideas of an agility astounding, a strength superhuman, a ferocity brutal, a butchery without motive, a grotesquerie in horror absolutely alien from humanity, and a voice foreign in tone to the ears of men of many nations, and devoid of all distinct or intelligible syllabification. What result then has ensued? What impression have I made upon your fancy? I felt a creeping flesh of Dupin asked me this question. I felt a creeping of the flesh as Dupin asked me the question. A madman, I said, has done this deed, some raving maniac, escaped from a neighbouring maison de santé. In some respects, he replied, your idea is not irrelevant, but the voices of madmen, even in their wildest paroxysms, are never found to tally with that peculiar voice heard upon the stairs. Madmen are of some nation, and their language, however incoherent in its words, has always the coherence of syllabification. Besides, the hair of a madman is not such as I now hold in my hand. I disentangled this little tongue from the rigidly clutched fingers of Madame l'Espanaye. Tell me what you make of it. Dupin, I said, completely unnerved. This hair is most unusual. This is no human hair. I have not asserted that it is, he said. But before you decide this point, I wish you to glance at the little sketch I have here traced upon this paper. It is a facsimile drawing of what has been described in one portion of the testimony as dark bruises and deep indentations of fingernails upon the throat of Mademoiselle l'Espanaye, and in another by Messrs. Dumas and Etienne as a series of livid spots, evidently the impression of fingers. You will perceive, continued my friend, spreading out the paper upon the table before us, that this drawing gives the idea of a firm and fixed hold. There is no slipping apparent. Each finger has retained, possibly until the death of the victim, the fearful grasp by which it originally embedded itself. Attempt now to place all your fingers at the same time in the respective impressions as you see them. I made the attempt in vain. We are possibly not giving this matter a fair trial, he said. The paper is spread out upon a plain surface, but the human throat is cylindrical. Here is a billet of wood, the circumference of which is about that of the throat. Wrap the drawing around it and try the experiment again. I did so, but the difficulty was even more obvious than before. This, I said, is the mark of no human hand. Read now, replied Dupin, this passage from Cuvier. It was a minute anatomical and generally descriptive account of the large fulvous orangutan of the East Indian Islands. Their gigantic stature, the prodigious strength and activity, the wild ferocity, and the imitative propensities of these mammalia are sufficiently well known to all. I understood the full horrors of the murder at once. The description of the digits, said I, as I made an end of our reading, is in exact accordance with this drawing. I see that no animal but an orangutan of the species here mentioned could have impressed the indentations as you have traced them. This tuft of tawny hair too, is identical in character with that of the beast of Cuvier. But I cannot possibly comprehend the particulars of this frightful mystery. Besides, there were two voices heard in contention, and one of them was unquestionably the voice of a Frenchman. True, and you will remember an expression attributed almost unanimously by the evidence to this voice, the expression "Mon Dieu." This, under the circumstances, has been justly characterized by one of the witnesses, Montani the confectioner, as an expression of remonstrance or expostulation. Upon these two words, therefore, I have mainly built my hopes of a full solution of the riddle. A Frenchman was cognizant of the murder. It is possible, indeed it is far more than probable, that he was an innocent of all participation in the bloody transactions which took place. The orangutan may have escaped from him. He may have traced it to the chamber, but under the agitating circumstances which ensued, he could never have recaptured it. It is still at large. I will not pursue these guesses, for I have no right to call them more, since the shades of reflection upon which they are based are scarcely of sufficient depth to be appreciable by my own intellect, and since I could not pretend to make them intelligible to the understanding of another, we will call them guesses, and speak of them as such. If the Frenchman in question is indeed, as I suppose, innocent of this atrocity, this advertisement which I left last night upon our return home in the office of Le Mans, a paper devoted to the shipping interest, and much sought by sailors, will bring him to our residence. He handed me a paper, and I read thus: caught in the Bois de Boulogne early in the morning of the murder, a very large tawny orangutan of the Bornese species, the owner, who is ascertained to be a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, may have the animal again upon identifying it satisfactorily and paying a few charges arising from its capture and keeping. Call at number Rue de Faubourg Saint-Germain, Outreau. How is it possible, I asked, that you should know the man to be a sailor and belonging to a Maltese vessel? I do not know it, said Dufan. I am not sure of it. Here, however, is a small piece of ribbon, which from its form and from its greasy appearance has evidently been used in tying the hair in one of those long queues of which sailors are so fond. Moreover, this knot is one which few besides sailors can tie, and is peculiar to the Maltese. I picked the ribbon up at the foot of the lightning rod. It could not have belonged to either of the deceased. Now, if after all I am wrong in my induction from this ribbon that the Frenchman was a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, still I can have done no harm in saying what I did in the advertisement. If I am in error, I will merely suppose that I have been misled by some circumstance, into which he will not take the trouble to inquire. But if I am right, a great point is gained. Cognizant, although innocent, of the murder, the Frenchman will naturally hesitate about replying to the advertisement, about demanding the orangutan. He will reason thus: I am innocent, I am poor, my orangutan is of great value. To one in my circumstances, a fortune in itself. Why should I lose it through idle apprehensions of danger? Here it is, within my grasp. It was found in the Bois de Boulogne at a vast distance from the scene of that butchery. How can it ever be suspected that a brute beast should have done the deed? The police are at fault. They have failed to procure the slightest clue. Should they ever trace the animal, it would be impossible to prove me cognizant in the murder or to implicate me in the guilt on account of that cognizance. Above all, I am known. The advertiser designates me as the possessor of the beast. I am not sure to what